It is now time to begin the open session to hear public comment before closed session. May we have a roll call?
Presente.
Councilmember Bonner is absent. Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Here, do you hear that echo?
Yeah, I hear echo. And Mayor Martinez.
Here. Here.
KCRT will have to address that. Councilmember, let's see, Councilmember Wilson, Councilmember Robinson, sorry, is absent, and Councilmember Bonner for roll call. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1, conference with real property negotiator. Property is located at 222 Marina Way, Eastern Village, agency negotiators. Nanette Beecham, Antoinette Terrell, and Susan Bloch. Negotiating parties, Gorman and Company and Novine Development, Eden Housing, Inc., and Community Housing Development. Under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. Under item C2, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Sharon Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21, mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Item C3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation. There's one case. Under public comments, we have one speaker, Cordell Hendler. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
So, good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, council. For the closed session, think about all the hard work that these unions have done for this city. They have done a tremendous job. So when you go back there, think about all that hard work they have done. And then as far as like Eastern Village, I pass through the site myself on a regular basis, and whatever their needs are, it needs to be dealt with in closed session. So I'll just leave it at that.
That was our only speaker.
Then public comment is closed, and we will we will adjourn to closed session. It is now time to start the regular meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Brown,
Here.
Commissioner Wilson,
Here.
Vice Chair Zepeda,
Here.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Presente.
Chair Martinez.
Here.
Commissioner Robinson will be absent the entire meeting. Next on the agenda, statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is a report from the Executive Director.
There will be no executive director's report this evening.
Our next item is agenda review. Did she say it was no report?
There are no changes.
No changes to the agenda. Our next item is Housing Authority Open Forum, and this is an opportunity for the public to give comments on items that are on the Housing Authority consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda but regarding Richmond Housing Authority issues only. We have one speaker, Cordell Hindler. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council under open forum for the Richmond Housing Authority, please raise your hand at this time. You'll have 2 minutes.
Okay, so good evening, Chair Martinez, Commissioners. I have reviewed the consent calendar, and I'm thankful that staff explained it to me, so just approve the consent calendar as presented, and that's it.
Okay, that was our only speaker. Our next item is the approval of the consent calendar.
Do I have a motion?
I'll motion to approve the consent calendar.
Okay. Motion to approve the consent calendar. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Oh, yes.
All right.
Okay. Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonner,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Zepeda,
Yes.
and Chair Martinez.
Yes.
Motion passes with Commissioner Robinson absent. Our next item is a public hearing under Housing Authority. And it is to adopt a resolution approving the Richmond Housing Authority annual plan and authorize submission of the proposed 2025 annual plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. We do have one speaker for this item. No. You give your report first.
Chair Martinez, can you please open the public hearing?
Oh, yes. The public hearing is now open. Do we have any speakers?
Okay. Yeah, we do have one speaker. Cordell Hindler.
So good evening again, Chair Martinez, Commissioners. I have reviewed the annual plan, and I don't have no objections to it, so it's right there in front of you, so just approve it as presented by staff.
Okay, public hearing is closed.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Okay.
No, it's not important.
report?
Is there not a
It should have been a
presentation?
presentation, and then we open the public hearing, and we hear from the public. Okay, then we close the public hearing. But there's no staff report?
Staff, please come forward. Clerk, can you restate for the administrative record the correct procedure?
Staff report, and then we open the public hearing, then we hear from the public, then we close the public hearing, and then there's questions from the council, and then council deliberation.
Antoinette, please provide the staff report.
Now, he already spoke, right?
Good evening. We're here today for our Richmond Housing Authority's 2025 Annual Plan Update. So the recommended action is to hold a public hearing. Next slide, please. So the recommended action is to hold a public hearing, adopt a resolution approving the Richmond Housing Authority Annual Plan, and authorize submission of the proposed annual plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Every public housing agency administering a low-income public housing program is required to submit an annual plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The plan serves as the annual application for grants to support the improvements to public housing buildings. It is through the annual plan that a public housing agency receives its capital funding. The annual plan outlines if the public housing agency intends to undertake any new activities in the fiscal year and allows the Public Housing Authority to describe any progress on its mission and goals. For Richmond Housing Authority, the proposed annual plan outlines ongoing progress and activities related to the implementation of asset repositioning activities from the current Public Housing Authority Recovery and Sustainability Agreement. Next slide, please. Notice for the public hearing for the annual plan was published in the West County Times on March 7, 2025. The annual plan was posted for public comment on March 7, 2025 as well via the Richmond Housing Authority website. Hard copies of the plan were made available at the Richmond Housing Authority Administrative Office, 450 Civic Center Plaza, Richmond, California, on the second floor. Here are copies of the notice for the public hearing, but also confirmation from the West County Times that it was published in the newspaper. So our annual plan accomplishments. So Richmond Housing Authority is continually making efforts to actively pursue obtaining either RAD, Rental Assistance Demonstration, or Section 18 disposition approval for our existing public housing properties. A request for qualifications was released for the disposition and development of Nystrom Village. RHA rehabilitated 13 units at Nystrom Village for leasing, which included 8 transfers or habitability. And at Nystrom Village, we completed 350 work order repairs. RHA, in collaboration with EAH Housing, completed the transfer and rehabilitation of Phase 1 at Nevin Plaza, which includes 140 units. We also entered into a lease disposition and development agreement with EAH to construct approximately 76 affordable housing units on a nearby site owned by RHA for Nevin Plaza Phase 2, and that's located right behind Nevin Plaza 1. RHA is making progress towards submitting the RAD application, Rental Assistance Demonstration Financing Plan for Richmond Village. So our recommended action is to hold a public hearing, adopt a resolution approving the Richmond Housing Authority Annual Plan, and authorize submission of the proposed annual plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Thank you, and are there any questions?
Now we'll go to open public hearing. So
We had one speaker, and Cordell Hindler was the speaker. And he spoke already.
Okay, thank you. And then no one else, no one online? Okay, then the public hearing is closed, and it's time for questions. Anyone? So there are no questions. I suppose that rounds up the hearing. So it's time to vote. And the recommendation one more time?
The recommended action is to adopt a resolution approving the Richmond Housing Authority annual plan and authorize submission of the proposed 2025 annual plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Okay, so do we have a motion to approve the item?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Wilson. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Seconded by Councilmember Bonner. Roll call?
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonner?
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Zepeda?
Yes.
Chair Martinez?
Yes.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott is absent, and also Commissioner Robinson. So the motion passes with Commissioner Robinson and Lieutenant Commissioner Scott absent.
Okay, that concludes our regular meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Roll call?
Councilmember Bonner?
Here.
16. Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Presente.
Councilmember Wilson?
Here.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Here.
Mayor Martinez?
Here?
And for the record, Councilmember Robinson will be absent the entire meeting. Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review.
So do we have any changes on the agenda?
So I've asked to have item W3A, update on the sanctuary city contracting and investment policy ordinance, taken off the consent calendar.
Which item?
W3A. Any others? If not,
And I asked W6B to be taken off the consent calendar.
W6,
B.
That was W6B, B like boy.
I emailed you about it.
So you didn't confirm that you were going to do that. Okay. Is that it?
all right.
Okay, our next item is report from the city attorney and final decisions made during closed session.
Thank you. On the closed session agenda, the first item listed, C1, we had a status report on real property negotiations concerning 222 Marina Way, Nystrom Village. There was a report given, no reportable action taken. Item C2, which was labor negotiations with the city's bargaining units. There was a report taken, there was no reportable action taken. And finally, the anticipated litigation, one case, there was no action taken. That concludes the closed session report.
Our next item is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the Richmond City Council and Richmond Community. Shasa Curl, Richmond City Manager. KCRT, please put up the slide deck. We want to start this evening by thanking everyone who came out for Cinco de Mayo. It was our 20th annual Cinco de Mayo Festival. It took place on Sunday, and it was certainly a day to remember. It took place on 23rd Street between Lincoln Avenue and Ream Avenue, and it was closed off and transformed into a vibrant celebration of culture and community. And attendees enjoyed a full day of festivities, including mouth-watering food from local vendors, energetic live music, traditional dancing, and family-friendly entertainment that brought smiles to all ages. The streets were filled with joy, pride, and togetherness as Richmond came out in full force to celebrate this beloved cultural tradition. It was truly one of the most exciting and colorful events of the year, an unforgettable day of unity, heritage, and community spirit. I would like to thank, next slide, the 23rd Street merchants and all the local businesses that participated, and a special thanks to city departments that attended the Cinco de Mayo Festival and also worked. I would like to start in alphabetical order: City Manager's Office, Community Development, Community Services, Economic Development, Fire, KCRT, Rent Program, Police, and Public Works. Next slide. This is National Business Week, so for those of you looking for a way to celebrate Mother's Day, please do so in partnership with the City of Richmond, Richmond Chamber of Commerce, CoBiz, Richmond Main Street, and our Small Business Development Center. This is an opportunity for us to grow and patronize our local businesses. Every day there will be seminars, workshops, forums, and networking opportunities with local businesses and leaders, as well as industry professionals, to discover new tools, gain insights, and build the connections that will take your business further. And you don't want to miss the grand finale of Small Business Week. It will happen at the new term, instead of MVP, is, quote, The Lot. That's downtown, near the for the downtown food court, outside at 1401 McDonald Avenue on Saturday, May 10th from 10 a.m. to noon in partnership with the Richmond Farmers Market. For more information, you can call 510-412-2023. Next slide. Upcoming, we have the Literacy Fair. Join us Saturday, May 11th at the Richmond Memorial Auditorium for the Richmond Literacy Festival. It's a celebration of storytelling, reading, and writing for book lovers, aspiring writers, and creative minds of all ages. Enjoy a special presentation by author Janae Brown Wood, a hands-on bookmaking workshop, and you will hear from Richmond's Poet Laureate. It's a fun, enriching experience for the whole community, so please bring a friend and share joys of words. For additional information, please call 510-620-6561. Next, the Richmond Oracle Park Ferry Pilot Service. I know you've all been looking for a reason to go to a Giants game, so here's your opportunity. Whether you're a diehard Giants supporter or just love a sunny day at the ballpark, the Richmond Oracle Park Ferry Service is the perfect way to get to the game. This summer, enjoy direct round-trip service from the Richmond Ferry Terminal to Oracle Park for select Giants home games. Skip the traffic and parking hassles, relax, and cruise across the bay from Richmond and back with direct services on May 4th for Giants versus the Rockies, June 21st for Giants versus the Red Sox, July 12th, I think this is going to be the highlight, Giants versus the Dodgers. July 26th, Giants versus the Mets. And September 13th and 14th, again, Giants versus the Dodgers. I think our Public Works Director and our Gabino will be in attendance for those Giants-Dodgers games for sure. In addition, this pilot service is brought to you by the WIDA SF Bay Ferry, and it's designed to give you a chance to have fun in a stress-free way to experience the ferry service and enjoy the Giants game. If you have questions, feel free to call the San Francisco Bay Ferry customer service number at 1-877-643-3779. And upcoming, we have Juneteenth on June 21st from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. There will be a parade that starts at Kennedy High School, and the festival will take place at Nickel Park. This will be an opportunity for us to all celebrate Juneteenth, which is an important event that honors the end of slavery in the United States and celebration of Black history, culture, and unity. At the festival, there will be food, music, and local vendors. We encourage community members, organizations, and businesses to take up to take part by signing up to be a vendor or join the parade. It's a great opportunity to uplift local voices, promote peace, and engage with residents. For more information, please call Michelle Milam at 510-620-6546. And I'd like to thank Ms. Milam for all of the work that she does in collaboration with the Planning Committee to host this event. Thank you. And next up, Mayor, if we may, we have the employee report from our HR Director, Ms. Sharon Taylor.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. I'm happy to introduce you to the new employees for the month of April. Next slide, please. Jessica Diaz Noriega, new police record specialist in the police department. Karen Ruff, police cadet in the police department. Melanie Bushnell, aquatic specialist, community services, recreation. Arabia Jackson, permit technician 1, community development. Daniel Chavez, maintenance aide 2, public works. Anthony Brown, maintenance aide 2, public works. Chris Quijano, recreation program specialist, community services, recreation. Leilani Bailey, recreation program leader, community services, recreation. Angel Aguilar Chavez, maintenance aide 2, public works. Jasmine Perkins, recreation program aide, community services, recreation. Janelle Mejia, maintenance aide 2, public works. Jonathan Garcia, recreation program aide, community services, recreation. And we have promotions. Philip Duchesne, our new senior electrician in public works. Christopher Eaton, head of reference, community services, library. Eric Oliver, police lieutenant in the police department. Richard Ramos, police sergeant, police. Michael Sagan, police sergeant, police. And we thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Our next item is open forum. We have 18 in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council under open forum, please raise your hand at this time. Open forum is an opportunity to give comments on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. For the record, item W3A, that's an update on the sanctuary city, and W6B, mayor's appointment of an ad hoc committee for review of the CPRC report. Those items have been taken off the consent calendar. If you'd like to speak on those items, you need to wait until they are called for discussion. The first 10 speakers, and please line up behind the speaker's podium, are Cordell Hindler, Frederick Franklin, Cheryl Mayer, Kim Graves, Bruce Yamamoto, Tody Mayer, Rita Serta, Alex Pinagas, Pedro Bernal, and Edith Pastrano. Cordell Hindler, you'll have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. My name is Cordell Hindler, and I'm a very concerned Richmond resident. So after watching the last meeting, I was very appalled that Public Works was sitting here patiently to present to you all on the capital improvements plan, and they had to wait till like about 10:30 to present. To me, prioritization is very key, because if I'm sitting here waiting to give my presentation, I should have been moved up way in the meeting. When you do agenda review, think about Public Works. They should not stay here till 11 o'clock. So that's one. And then second of all is if you recall when Dr. Moses came last month to provide an update on what's going on with the district, one of the things that kind of stood out to me was collaboration. One of the things that our previous Councilmember McLaughlin has brought up is to direct staff to work with the school district staff on scheduling a joint meetings, because your constituents want to know what is going on with the district. So y'all need to start collaborating on these, scheduling and collaborating on these meetings, because as a product of the school district system, I want to know what's going on. Why is the attendance rates have dropped? So that's one of them. I had some other comments, but I'll save them for when we get to those items, and that's it.
Frederick Franklin.
Mayor Martinez, members of the Richmond City Council, I'm here on behalf of the Iron Triangle Neighborhood Council and the Shields Reed Neighborhood Council. I'm chair of the Iron Triangle Black History Program Committee. And on March 1, we did our Black History Program featuring Mr. Anthony Browder, and we had Dr. Jamila Brown was one of our special guests. And we're here today to thank her and present her with a souvenir from that program.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cheryl Mayer.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the City Council. My name is Cheryl Mayer. I'm a 40-year resident of the City of Richmond. I am with the Richmond Friends of Recreation and I'm a founder of Friends of the Richmond Greenway. I want to support this council's investment in Pogo Park's Harbor Hall. It is a fantastic building at 909 Ohio. It's on a city park, which the Pogo Park has raised $22 million to build that hall and that park. Due to some unexpected costs for retaining walls and for removing contaminated soil and other kinds of construction issues, there is a gap in funding that needs to be met before June 30. So I'm here to ask the council to consider an investment in Harbor Hall, which is being built by Pogo Park, but it is a city park, it is for our community, and we need to finish this park. Further, Pogo Park has been instrumental in creating the CRC, which is the Community Resilience Center, which is a $10 million grant up and coming to create an emergency response for the Iron Triangle in the event of environmental or other kinds of calamities that will be centered at Harbor Hall. So we need to finish Harbor Hall, and I'm asking for you to invest in Harbor Hall for Pogo Park. Thank you.
Kim Graves.
Hello, members of the City Council. I'm here today for a complaint. My family has been in Richmond since the mid-40s, and I own property here now, and I've been a resident for quite some time. I'm here today because I got a ticket for parking. That I did not receive a warning. I received a warning for Friday, but you decided not to enforce it until the following Monday, and I would like to know why. I have a video that on that day, you did not ticket any cars on 20th Street near Shields Nursing Home. I was ticketed, but neighbors were allowed to move their car. I feel this is bias and unfair selective treatment, and that's not okay, especially when you didn't ticket over 15 cars that were parked in front of a business. I believe my neighbors would agree that it is unfair to ticket us and not ticket the other cars that were there. I think it's unfair that you would give a warning for Friday, but decide not to even enforce it until the following Monday, which was April 28th. I'm requesting a formal investigation and as to why this happened. I also attempted to send emails to every one of the city council members, and they all bounced back, including to the mayor. So I'm not sure if you're having some technical difficulties. I did speak with the assistant on that day, and I haven't had a chance to look back into what the fix was, but hopefully you guys have been able to solve that issue. And I look forward to getting some understanding. Like I said, it's not fair. Thank you.
Bruce Yamamoto, followed by Tony Mayer.
Mayor Martinez and members of the council, my name is Bruce Yamamoto, and I wanted to convey my support for Pogo Park and just describe their amazing work. I met Tootie back in 2007. I was at a real estate development company called Brook Street. We were doing the initial planning efforts for Campus Bay in Richmond. We also developed Wilder in Orinda. And one thing that was one of our guiding core principles was to build community by creating outdoor gathering spaces. So most other developers look for large lots, large homes. Our philosophy was get people out of their homes and engaging in the community. And I've never seen a group that's been more effective at this than Pogo Park. When I met Tootie, she had just come up with her vision of creating Elm Play Lot. So this beautiful public space where people could gather, kids, adults, all community members. But the key core principle she had was to make sure that the community completely owns and engages and feels ownership of that park. And she was able to accomplish that with this incredible team that she put together. The other concept that she had was to connect the greater community with the Yellow Brick Road. So landscaped walkways, public art, lighting, and so it just creates this hub of activity and gets everybody out in the community. And it's been so effective and amazing to watch. But the one thing that really stuck with me is actually going to events at Elm Play Lot. It's the feeling of a sense of community. It's like you're at a huge family gathering, and I've never seen that replicated anywhere else. So appreciate the time to speak, and I hope that the council considers supporting Pogo Park on its efforts to complete Harbor Hall and Harbor 8 Park. Thank you.
Tootie Marr, followed by Rita Serta.
Hello. Mayor Martinez mentioned, and members of the City Council, City Manager Curl. My name is Tootie Marr, the Executive Director for Pogo Park. We're here to just request that the City Council allocate funding to help us close the gap and finish Harbor 8 Park. Harbor 8 Park is Pogo Park's second park in partnership with the City of Richmond, where we're taking an existing city park and going all out to raise money and to bring this park to life for the children and residents of the community. Harbor 8 Park is not just the park now. It includes, as Cheryl has alluded, the first CRC, the Community Resilience Center in Contra Costa County. Thank you so much to Councilmember Bonner for helping on that. We are so close to completing this park that we have a deadline by June. Everything's done. The design's done. The permits are done. We are so close. We've raised, as Cheryl had mentioned, $22 million of $28 million budget. What we're asking for is for the city to allocate $3 million toward finishing Harbor 8 Park, a city-owned park. We can raise the balance. So we have a $6 million gap. The city has now tried to find the money to help support finishing this project. There's many people who haven't seen the hall yet, so I just wanted to mention to the City Council and everybody who's watching this that next Friday from 1 to 6, we're going to have a sneak peek that anybody can come in and really see what we think is going to be a crown jewel for the city of Richmond. So looking forward to your support and seeing you at the sneak peek next Monday, 1 to 6, 909 Ohio. Thank you so much.
Rita Serta, followed by Alex Pedigas.
Hello, my name is Rita. I'm a resident here in Richmond, and I got to see the park. I live right across the street from Pogo Park, and I got to see how we didn't even know each other. The neighbors didn't know each other. We didn't never talk to each other, nothing. Now everybody's together talking. The kids are off the streets and stuff, you know. So I just wanted, you know, to say real fast, you know, just to continue, please, trying to help, you know, for this other part, because it's going to be great, you know, because if we can, I can get out of a depression and stuff from being depressed in my home. I think we need it for everybody. So thank you for your time.
Alex Pinegas, followed by Pedro Bernal.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council members. My name is Alex Pinegas, and I work for Just Cities, which the city hired in 2020 to help write the affirmatively furthering fair housing section of the housing element. In 2023, after several years of community-based planning, the city passed one of the most progressive housing elements in the state. The city asked Just Cities to convene Richmond housing justice organizations to work together with the city's efforts to implement its commitments called the Housing Equity Roadmap. Just Cities secured $600,000 from the Fair Housing Advocates of Northern California and the National Fair Housing Alliance to support these efforts. The collaborative includes Safe Organized Spaces, Rising Juntos, Rise Center, Safe Return Project, ACE, Community Housing Development Corporation, and Bay Area Legal Aid. This group has researched and vetted over 10 proposals for housing policies and programs based upon Richmond residents' prioritization of needs and solutions. My colleagues after me will discuss programs that are ready to go once funded. Richmond's overarching housing need, however, is staff. Richmond is a leader in fair housing policy, but lacks the funding and staffing needed to enforce and implement many of its cutting-edge policies. In 2016, Richmond became one of the first cities in America to pass a fair chance housing ordinance to make it easier to find housing for people returning from incarceration. However, because it has never been enforced and needs amendment, it is failing the people it promised to help. Many Richmond residents face housing challenges. Richmond has lost many of its longtime Black and Laotian residents, and people leaving incarceration and the foster system face severe homelessness risk. Richmond faces big city housing challenges, but lacks the funding to address them. While Berkeley and Oakland spend nearly $500 per capita on housing and homelessness, Richmond spends $17. The Housing Equity Roadmap Collaborative proposals address this shortcoming and a number of housing element priorities. I'll now pass it to Pedro Bernal at Safe Return Project to talk about the collaborative's proposals. Thank you.
Pedro Bernal.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Pedro Bernal, and I'm a community organizer at the Safe Return Project. And the Safe Return Project is also a member of the Housing Equity Roadmap Collaborative. And as part of the collaborative, we're supportive of fair chance housing because it gives formerly incarcerated people a chance to return back home, and it also provides the stability they need to better their lives. Recently, we've been scheduling meetings with council members to discuss updating the Fair Chance Housing Ordinance that was originally passed in 2016, but unfortunately has never been implemented or put into action. We want to thank the city council members we've already met with so far and welcome other council members to meet with us. We believe through dialogue, we can find a way forward and make fair chance housing a reality in Richmond. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Edith Pastrano. Will the following individuals please come forward? Alma Gutierrez, Raul Vasquez, Irma Beltran, Daniel Barth, Mark Wasberg, Estela Carrello, Jamin Parcell, and Irania de la Mora. Edith.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council, as well as staff. My name is Edith Pastrano, community organizer with ACE, and we are also a part of the Housing Equity Roadmap Collaborative. And I'm here today to speak in support of funding for fair housing to prevent homelessness and displacement. I want to also give time for the rest of my colleagues to also add input. But I wanted to address one of the points here to be identified as a housing solution to prevent displacement as well as homelessness, prioritizing youth and formerly incarcerated folks and also folks who are unhoused, to please direct financial assistance for transitional aged youth, $1 million experiencing or are at acute risk of homelessness, supplemented with the case management and integrative supports as desired by the participants, $1 million This request also includes funds for planning and future youth shelter and long-term transitional age youth housing homelessness action plan. Please support future funding for the implementation of the Strengthened Fair Chance Housing Ordinance, which is estimated to be around $150,000. Proposed implementation includes hearing officers for any complaints, education, and outreach to formerly incarcerated peoples and their family members, and landlord education and outreach. Please refer to the housing element as well. Thank you.
Alma Gutierrez.
I will be interpreting for Alma Gutierrez.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Alma Gutiérrez
My name is Alma Gutierrez.
y soy miembro de ATSE.
I'm a member of ACE.
Soluciones de vivienda identificadas
So the identified solutions for housing
por la vivienda, por la comunidad, prevenir el desplazamiento
to prevent community displacement
y la indigencia, priorizar a los jóvenes,
and also to prioritize homeless youth,
estructorios y personas sin viviendas.
and also people who are without homes.
Número 1,
So number 1,
servicios contra el desplazamiento,
services that would be for anti-displacement,
1,400,000.
1,400,000
Los proveedores de servicios legales
for legal services
y asistencia para inquilinos
and assistance for tenants,
recomiendan fondos adicionales
and additional funding
para asistencia de emergencia
for emergency assistance
con el alquiler para los inquilinos actuales,
for tenants to be able to catch up on their rent,
como depósitos de garantía o pagos atrasados,
which would include security deposit as well as back due rent.
de alquiler. Se estima que 1,000,000 cubrirán entre 100 y 150 hogares.
So it's estimated that $1 million would cover between 100 and 150 homes
De inquilinos incluyendo
of tenants, including
hasta 10,000 por hogar y costos de personal.
$10,000 per household and costs, personal costs.
Además, 400,000 financiarán a 2 abogados de inquilinos
And also $400,000 to finance 2 attorneys for tenants
a tiempo completo que podrían atender a unos 300 hogares de inquilinos
that are full-time and would help to assist some 300 households of tenants.
Elemento de vivienda 6S.
And this is referring to the housing element 6S.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Raul Vasquez.
Hola, buenas tardes, council members and mayor. My name is Raul Vasquez, and we organize it with ACE. Que voy a hablar en español. Debemos de implementar un proyecto piloto de Empowerment Village para albergar aproximadamente 20 residentes adultos, según el tamaño del sitio, como parte de un proyecto de un objetivo a largo plazo de 150 residentes en viviendas de emergencia, transitorias y permanentes, en sitios dispersos por Richmond. 400,000. Los fondos solicitados cubrirán una parte de los costos iniciales para el desarrollo de la villa, incluyendo permisos, pruebas, tarifas relacionadas a las obras del sitio, servicios públicos, infraestructura, cercas y materiales, costos de gestión del proyecto y recaudación de fondos profesionales. La operación de la villa piloto requiere fondos adicionales para servicios del apoyo, como capacitación y apoyo laboral, promoción de la vivienda, del bienestar y vías de acceso a la vivienda. Los futuros desarrollos de vivienda podrían requerir cambios de zonificación para permitir de 1 a 3 minicasas por lote y financiamiento para el desarrollo de la vivienda, elementos de vivienda, plan de acción para personas sin hogar.
So Raul Vasquez was just saying that to also support the pilot empowerment village to house approximately 20 adult residents, depending on the site size, as part of the longer-term goal of 150 residents in emergency, transitional, and permanent housing in scattered sites across the city of Richmond. $400,000. The requested funding would cover a portion of the startup costs for village development, including permits, testing, and related fees, site work, utilities and infrastructure, fencing, materials, project management and professional fundraising costs. Operations of the pilot village will require additional funds for supportive services, such as job-related training and support, wellness promotion, and housing pathways. Future housing developments may require zoning changes to the permits 1 to 3 tiny houses per lot and funding for the housing development. Housing element for homelessness action plan. Thank you.
Gracias.
Our next speaker is Irma Beltran, followed by Daniel Barth.
Buenas tardes, Mayor Mel Martínez y el Concilio de Richmond. Mi nombre, pues les dijeron, soy Irma Beltrán y también estoy aquí, que pertenezco, soy miembro de ACE y les voy a leer acerca de las soluciones de vivienda que también identificamos por la comunidad de Richmond. Es que 3 empleados adicionales necesitamos para la vivienda que cubra $730,875. El nuevo personal apoyaría implementación de programas y políticas planificadas, así como la creación de nuevos programas innovadores que generen ingresos y aborden las prioridades de vivienda en Richmond, como el desarrollo de viviendas asequibles en terrenos disponibles. Gracias por su opinión.
Irma Beltran, member of ACE, she was saying that 3 additional housing staff would also be something to look into. $730,875 would be to hire the new staff and to support implementation of the plan programs and policies, as well as to create new innovative programs that result in revenue-generating activities that address the City of Richmond's housing priorities, such as development and affordable homeownership, as well as whatever is available land-wise.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Daniel Barth.
Hi there, my name is Daniel Barth. I'm a resident of Richmond, Chancellor Avenue. I'm delighted to be standing here amongst our partners, a bunch of organizations that have really taken the champion role for building housing equity in Richmond. And I do want to tip my hat to Cheryl and to Tootie for showing how to be a champion. It's so important that we have those of us in the community who are trying to do that lift of trying to improve housing equity in Richmond. And in the case of building our parks and making this a more livable city, I 100% endorse Pogo Parks finishing the investments that they have leveraged through sources that are not Richmond sources. And towards that end, it's very important, I believe, that we pursue some innovative programs, and we do have champions in the room. I do want to acknowledge Jesus Morales and Michelle Milam, who on a daily basis have brought the work to Richmond for addressing homelessness in our city and bringing in 35, if I'm not mistaken, $1 million from the state is an achievement unparalleled in the state of California. And towards that end, we can do this in a much bigger way as we make our initial investments to doing these basic programs that we know can change the lives of our individuals who are insecurely housed and otherwise become homeless and who cannot return to homes. So I do thoroughly endorse that you remember that when we make a presentation on May the 27th, that presentation, brief as it is going to be the start of us championing housing equity in the city of Richmond. Thank you very much.
Estelo Carriello.
Hi, Mayor Martinez and council members. My name is Estela Carrillo. I am member of US in Richmond. I live in Richmond. I am here to support the program para reabrir y cofinanciar el programa de préstamos para mejoras del hogar HILP de $1 millón, proporcionar fondos para otorgar préstamos, 20 préstamos y subvenciones para propietarios de viviendas de bajos ingresos de hasta $50,000 por hogar al año, para realizar reparaciones de salud y seguridad y prevenir la pérdida de la propiedad de la vivienda. Muchas gracias. Buenas noches.
Estela Carrillo, member of ACE and Richmond resident, and she also wanted to add that she wanted to support getting reopen and co-fund the Home Improvement Loan Program, HILP, abbreviation. $1 million provide funding to 20 low-income homeowners, loans and grants up to $50,000 per household per year to make health and safety repairs, as well as prevent the loss of home ownership. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jamin Purcell, followed by Mark Wasberg. And our last in-person speaker will be Irania De La Mora.
First, I want to thank the city for a beautiful Cinco de Mayo. The festival was amazing. It was lovely to see the council members that I was able to. It was a very packed event, so I know that it was probably hard to catch everybody. That said, I just wanted to give some announcements about some certain events that are going to be coming up. One of the things, and this is part of my hat of Richmond Rainbow Pride, and I wanted to bring up that we're going to be having the, working with the organization that is putting together the Her, They, LGBTQ Mother's Day. This is going to be at CoBiz. It's from 10:30 to 4 p.m. There's going to be brunch and there's going to be entertainment, as well as a discussion about parenthood as a queer family. So I hope people will look out for that. As well, we're going to be having a drag story time that's going to be happening later this month on May 24th, and that'll be at the Multicultural Bookstore happening at noon. And then last, I want to announce that we are going to be having our main event, which is going to be our 11th annual Pride, which will be happening on June 1st, the first Sunday of the month of June. It'll be from 11 to 10 p.m. There will be a Pride Parade that will be mustering at Nickel Park at 10, and I really hope that the community will come out and be able to join us. And we would like to thank the city as one of our sponsors for this event, as well as Republic Services and our Assembly member, Buffy Wicks, for being able to help support our community. We do these events because we want to make sure that everybody knows that they are included, that they are part of the fabric of what makes Richmond so beautiful, and we hope that you will all join us in this wonderful celebration of community. Thank you.
Mark Wasberg.
You see these two stupid judges as aiding and abetting criminals from the law? This one stupid judge escorted an illegal immigrant through a secret hallway, and ICE came and got her. This other stupid judge in New Mexico was dealing with the drug cartel. They arrested him. Now he's going to, and both of them are going to go to federal prison for a long time. So let's be a warning to all you people, especially the RPA and the city council. You think you're in that stupid police chief you have, that you're going to start aiding and abetting illegal immigrants from the law. You got another guest coming. Trump even admitted that he's going to start putting the hammer on you people. And he ain't messing around. He said he's going to start filing lawsuits against sanctuary cities. That's why he's cutting off the food and all the money for education and everything else. And Aguado gave Willis an award for aiding and abetting criminals from the law. That's real smart. That's what you call an idiot. You people, and you had your stupid congressman or senator go to El Salvador and try to free MS-13, a wife beater who was bringing in illegal immigrants, and that stupid cop knew what he was doing, but he let him go. And one time, a Richmond PD pulled over an illegal immigrant that was driving illegally, no license, no insurance, no nothing. It was right on video, and he let him go. So hopefully you people start waking up and obeying our federal laws, and that idiot governor in Maine, Trump's giving her the hammer, and she thought she could go ahead and disregard Title IX, which is a joke, because he's cutting all the money from them. So let's just be the warning, you stupid RPA people. If you do something stupid, Trump's coming after you.
Our last speaker is Irania Delamora.
Hello, City Hall. So nice to have you all today. Hello, Edward Martinez. Cesar Zepita. Cesar Zepita, I left you a letter. I hope you got that. And I left you an email also, because I want to do an agenda form for the trees and the parks. And I want to get that form. I'm going to have to look for it online by myself if you don't email me back. And then, so hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. I wanted to announce that I will be singing Fever by Eddie Cooley and Otis Blackwell, famously sung by Peggy Lee on the 10th of May. And I've been practicing. Fever, fever, when you call my name, I get fever. So I've been practicing. It's a good song, has a nice little story. Talks about Captain Smith and Pocahontas. So we'll get a little indigenous history and European history in there. And then also, I started selling my book that I wrote. It's been like about a year that I announced my book, and I started selling the first 20 pages. Here's the, I am from Richmond, so if you guys want to support someone that was raised in Richmond and had it real rough, because it's real rough in this city, and you want to support someone that stayed true and didn't end up doing things that a lot of people that grew up here ended up doing, please support me. So here's Justice Noir by me. This one's $12, this one's $10. I'll be selling around. If you know a publisher in Richmond, Oakland, or San Francisco that wants to help me out, please send them my way. I'll be selling them so they can get a little taste of what I'll be selling. And then I got 23 seconds. So I'm gonna read the introduction again, though I read it a while ago. The excitement I feel is astonishing. I will be writing my first book in hopes it will one day become a play or a movie. Justice Noir, my lovely play's name. I have great hopes for this historical and fictional play. I will do my best to honor it historically. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it for your time. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 2 speakers.
And those 2 speakers are Julie Freestone and Ron Holteson. Julie, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Lo siento. I'm Julie Freestone. I had a whole speech prepared about what I was going to say, but listening to 18 people talk about things like Pogo Park, which I have supported since the beginning, and housing equity, it's hard for me to even consider talking about illegal fireworks, which are annoying and horrible, but I don't know what to say. So I would just like to say that the city manager's report, which laid out a very long list of events that are coming up. Wonderful, fantastic. People should want to come to Richmond. Those are places where we should be getting out the message that fireworks are illegal in Richmond, right? The Rainbow Pride event, that's another opportunity. There are all kinds of things that we could do. So I'm part of a grassroots organization called Stop Illegal Fireworks. And I want to thank you for having a serious conversation last week about this issue. It's not as overwhelming as housing equity, but it is important to some of us who stand in our backyards and worry about our houses burning down and PTSD and our pets being traumatized. So there are things to consider. There's enforcement to think about. And we look forward to being included in the discussions with the police and fire department. We're talking to other groups in other parts of the state that have worked in a coalition to look at enforcement issues. So we hope you will keep us posted on what you're doing to coordinate this, because we'll keep you posted. And gracias.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Ron Holtison. Please unmute yourself and you may begin. Ron, you may begin.
Okay, I had to find my unmute button. Mayor Martinez and city council members, until the end of 2023, I had a studio in Richmond called Scientific Art Studio. That studio worked together with Poco Park since 2007, I think, 2008. And I'm still involved with it, even if my active business life is over. I'm closely working with the Poco Park team to finish that park and to make it probably one of the most unique play community environments that can be seen. The unique thing about Poco Park is that they actually do what all kinds of specialists on child development, community development, work development, they are actually doing it. Everybody who knows anything about what the community needs will tell you Poco Park does exactly that. So I would like to second Bruce Yamamoto, Cheryl Meyer, Tudi. If there is money available, it would be the best way to spend it on finishing that park and finishing the Harbor 8 Hall. I know you guys are in an incredibly difficult position because to whom to give this money or how to divide it. You get the most bang for your buck with Poco Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Our next item is approval of the consent calendar. And as a reminder for this motion, item W3A, the update of the sanctuary city, and W6B, mayor's appointment of the ad hoc committee for review of the CPRC report. Those items are not included in this vote.
Do we have a motion?
Make a motion to move the consent calendar without those two items.
Second?
I second.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Robinson absent. Okay. Our next item is under budget session. Item X1 is to acknowledge receipt of the draft fiscal year 2025-26 annual operating budget and fiscal year 25 through 30 5-year capital improvement plan.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the Richmond City Council and Richmond Community, Shasta Curl, Richmond City Manager. KCRT, please put up the slide deck. This evening, I would like to thank all of the city staff from all departments that play an integral part in developing the city's draft budget. Many staff from across the city are involved with the budget and implementation, and I really want to thank them for their time and their commitment to providing excellent service to our community. Next slide. This evening, I'd like to remind everyone that we, every year when we begin the budget process for the subsequent fiscal year, we are doing so beginning with revenue assumptions, and we are mindful currently that we have a great deal of ongoing economic uncertainty. As such, the expenditures currently recommended in the budget are status quo with no additional programs or expenditures. This is a reminder that we are asking the council this evening to receive this presentation, and we're not requesting that you make any decisions at this time. Next slide. Next slide. The current draft budget does not include the following expenditures. It does not address the $550 million needed for capital improvements over the next 5 years, or over $1 billion needed for the next 10 years. Our outstanding pension actuarial liability, our post-employment benefits, cost of labor increases for labor, or additional programs and projects. That is, it continues to be a status quo budget with existing programs and projects, and any additional programs or projects will require an appropriations. Next slide. We will briefly cover financial headwinds, the process of our budget development, our assumptions, a draft of the budget, our expenditures, and the draft schedule. Next slide. As we've discussed previously, we are in unprecedented times. On April 28th, this is a newer development, President Trump issued an executive order with the objective of identifying and potentially withholding federal funds from sanctuary jurisdictions. This is an unprecedented circumstance, and we are concerned about how this and other federal policies are going to impact the overall United States economies and California economy. There's been a great deal of volatility as a result of the federal administration policies, and economists are struggling to identify the impacts. There's been a great deal of volatility also with CalPERS and CalSTRS, and we are concerned that if the volatility continues, that our unfunded pension liability could increase. As such, we're closely continuing to monitor expenditures and are expecting our revenues to decrease in many areas. Next slide. In terms of the impacts on sanctuary jurisdictions, what has been directed is that the Department of Justice and Department of Homeland Security identify and compile a list of jurisdictions that may impede the enforcement of federal immigration laws. Thereafter, there will be a publication and notification, and the Attorney General and Secretary of Homeland Security are instructed to publish a list of the states and the local jurisdictions, and those jurisdictions will be notified of their noncompliance and given an opportunity to correct. This is expected to lead to a potential loss of federal funding for sanctuary jurisdictions that do not comply with federal laws, facing repercussions that could include suspension and termination of federal grants and contracts. The order aims to enforce federal laws with respect to sanctuary jurisdictions. Next slide. As we've noted previously, we currently have approximately $62 million in federal funds. So that is why this evening in the budget options before you, it takes into considerations that we should be prepared. We obviously will try to do our best to participate in litigations and lawsuits to mitigate this impact, but we are planning for potential impacts to many of our programs, capital projects, our housing authority, and employment and training program. Next slide. In terms of our financial headwinds, we have all seen that we have additional aging infrastructure, and we have limited capacity to continue to increase revenues. We've done a really good job of being very mindful of opportunities to increase revenue, and we want to thank those who've partnered with city staff to increase revenue. We also continue to have existing pension obligation bonds with an outstanding balance of over $263 million and outstanding Civic Center bond payments over $98 million. It's important that at this juncture, we understand that there's a lot of political risk, and so we're unable at this juncture to make long-term financial recommendations to the City Council, and we're recommending that the City Council continue to be nimble to adapt to the changing environment. Next slide. One of the things that we have to be mindful of when we're looking at the budget is that all positions are not currently funded by the general fund. There's over 132 positions currently that are non-general fund revenues, some of which are volatile. So for example, right now in community development, we have 24 staff that are funded by developer fees. So if there's, today we had our quarterly call with Avenue, and they're anticipating that we're going to have a slowdown in construction. At this juncture, they're estimating approximately 8%. So when we have a slowdown in the construction sector, that impacts our other departments that are on cost recovery, which may necessitate additional departments such as community development, port, housing authority, and et cetera, that have other funding sources requiring an additional subsidy for the general fund. So that's another very important thing that we're trying to, that's why we're recommending that we remain nimble, because we're not sure how those cost recovery and enterprise funds are going to do in the coming months, given the great deal of market uncertainty. We do appreciate that our departments are doing their best to cover their costs, but that has not always been the case. And in the past, when there's an economic downturn, it means that development contracts, and then therefore there's less revenue coming in. Next slide. I want to remind the council that very appreciative of staff in the finance department, but throughout the city, that they started the budget process back in late January. And we appreciate all of the residents that came out to the community meetings. Thus far, I've had one meeting with our union stakeholders, and we'll have another meeting before the budget is asked to be adopted by the council. So this evening, this is just your first draft of the budget. And again, we're not asking that you make any decisions this evening, but just to simply receive the report. Next slide. Upcoming on May 20th, you'll receive comprehensive information pertaining to recreation and other fee studies that are in progress. Thereafter, you'll have another presentation where you'll begin to start your checklist process, and that's an opportunity for council members, if you have specific requests, for those to be included in the checklist, and staff will analyze those requests that you provide on June 3rd, and we will return back on June 17th with information pertaining to your requests. That evening, we'll ask City Council to prioritize, and then on June 24th, per the charter, and enabling staff enough time to get the budget loaded into software and reduce that there be any downtime or lapse in payments to vendors. We need the budget adopted on June 24th for a July 1st execution. And lastly, another thing that I'd like to underscore is that at this juncture, a lot of the policies that are being proposed by the federal government may not go into effect until October. That's generally, if the federal, they're not always on schedule, but generally that is the commencement of their next fiscal year budget. So we anticipate if, for example, some of the cuts that are currently being proposed, $27 billion worth of cuts to HUD and replacement with a block grant and limiting programs like Section 8 for 2 years, we anticipate that we would know that in the fall. So as we commence this budget season, staff is requesting that the council please consider being flexible, please consider being nimble to enable us to respond to any changes that may happen at the federal level where the council may want to augment those services that are currently being provided by city staff that are federally funded, specifically in the Housing Authority and also in employment and training and other departments that may be cut. Another thing that's important for the council to underscore is that many counties throughout California are already bracing for these cuts, especially for example, our partners at Contra Costa Health Services. When counties are cut and their budgets are cut, it impacts the services that they provide to residents. At this juncture, we have a very collaborative working relationship with Contra Costa Health Services. They work very closely with our staff in community development and also our staff in public works. So we also have to see what happens with our regional partners as it relates to their staffing and how that might impact our ability to deliver the services and the programs that the City Council has outlined in your goals and priorities. And so with that, I'll hand it over to the Director of Finance, Andrea Miller, to move forward with the presentation. Thank you.
KCRT, next slide, please. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the council. Andrea Miller, Director of Finance. This slide shows the current fiscal year 2024-25's revised budget. As a reminder, the council did adopt a balanced budget in June of 2024 with a revenue budget of $250.3 million and total expenditure budget. And the current expenditures shows $266.7 million. That shows a net use, a fund balance of $16.3 million. As a reminder, the council did approve expenditures from the prior year unspent funds on October 1st and March 25th, appropriating an additional $16.3 from the prior year unspent funds. The draft budget before you this evening for fiscal year 2025-26 is with revenues of $306.2 million and total expenditure budget of $257.7 million, with a remaining balance of $48.5 million for council decision, which we'll go through later in the presentation. That's a net percent change in revenues of 22.3% over the current year's budget and a net decrease in expenditures of 3.4%. But again, that's because we had appropriations from the prior fiscal year fund balance. And with that, I'll turn it over to Antonio Banuelos, our county manager, to go through the general fund revenue.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, council members. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're going to start off with the assumptions for the general fund revenues. I'm going to do a little bit high level, with a lot of information here. So for property taxes, several different line items going to property taxes, just not the regular 1% you see on your property tax bill, but that is the biggest part. So first step I do is doing look at the assessed valuation forecast that I do. So most properties increase by 2%. We typically keep the refinery in Richmond at 0% because 1 year it goes up, the next year it goes down, so you conservatively at 0%. And we look at all the properties that sold during 2024 to try to get the new valuation minus the old valuation, and that growth factor is forecasted into the formula. So we estimate the AV to grow about 4% for next year. We won't know the actual number from the county until usually the first week of July. But as I said, that's only part of the property tax. There are other items that go into like successor agency surplus, and those we try to base it on prior year amounts. And those, based on what we received last year, looks a little bit lower for going forward. So it ends up being an overall growth rate for property taxes of only 1.4%. Sales and use tax, we're seeing a 5.1% decrease, and that stems from from the analysis from our sales tax consultants, Avenue Analytics. So they're seeing a slowdown in the local economy. We're actually doing a little bit better than other cities, but it's still not great. So we have to keep an eye on what's happening in the local economy, the regional trends, and see what's happening. So right now they're forecasting a 5.1% decrease over what was budgeted last year. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll hopefully get another update in a few weeks. We actually met with them today, and that's some of the information they provided. UUT, also some help from Avenue Insights here. But this, again, has different revenue streams that make up the UUT. Some go up, some go down. Historically, for the last 20 years, telecommunication and cable has gone away as people get rid of their landlines, get rid of cable. So that's been going down. But the amount collected by PG&E, MCE, some of the gas and electricity providers has been steadily going up. So overall net increase of 4.6% for that category. Next slide, please. Okay, for other taxes, it's also made up of different revenue streams that each is processed different, changes from year to year differently. The biggest one in other taxes is documentary transfer tax. So with the passage of Measure H a few years back, we budgeted based on the guiding fiscal policy formula, which actually looks at it's a look back of what we received since the passage of that voter-approved change in methodology of the calculation. So that's a significant amount. Next one is license permits and fees. The primary stream here is the business tax stemming from Measure U. Here we have a growth factor of 8.5%. And we say a growth factor, we're looking at what we project for next year, which was currently budgeted. So not necessarily that's going to grow 8.5%, but it's a correction of what we think we're actually going to get. And it's been a little bit better than originally forecasted. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, let me focus on a couple of other ones. Other revenue, and some of these items like other revenue, grants, budget very small amounts. We typically will not budget something until we know we have it. For example, grants, there's hardly ever budget until a grant has been awarded, then we adjust the budget accordingly. So there's no guessing on those based on historical trends. It's what we know we're gonna get, and that's when we budget for it. And the last one here, operating transfers, and this also based on the pension tax override. So as part of it's tied to the property tax bill. So whatever we get there, we use the same valuation, what we think we're going to grow, what we know we're going to spend out of that fund for the bond refunds we did a few years ago goes into that formula, and whatever is left over gets transferred into the general fund. So that's a calculation that we do. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, so here's a look at the various categories. For most categories, they're actually going up a little bit. Again, this is a correction. First step we do is look at what we're at this year, then forecast what we're going to get next year. Then we compare it to the current budget amount. And the total for fiscal year 25-26 is $306.2 million. The last few years, the top three revenue streams, property tax, sales tax, and utility user tax accounted for about 70% of the general fund revenue. This share has actually gone down the last few years. It used to be closer to 80%, but again, with the passage of Measure U and Measure H, the revenue base is a little bit more, I guess, diversified and a little bit different. Okay, and I think that's it. Next slide, please. Again, same information, just in a pie chart. I guess you call that a pie chart. Presentation of the data. As you can see, one category that's significantly bigger than previous years, other at 54.8, and that one includes the settlement funds. Next slide, please. With that, I'll hand it back over to Andrea.
Thank you, Antonio. I'll touch on a couple of the assumption categories for how we forecast the expenditure side. By far, the largest category in our general fund budget is salaries and benefits. In our salaries and wages category, we base it on current filled positions and vacant positions. For those filled positions, for staff that are not currently at the top step in the salary range, we do forecast staff at the next step in the salary range. This category also includes a vacancy savings for positions that remain vacant for a period of time of 11%, which was a change from our current fiscal year 6% vacancy savings. And it does not include any cost of living increases for bargaining units that are currently in labor negotiations. In the fringe benefits category, we've included our cost estimates for the retirement healthcare costs that are based on most recent CalPERS valuation reports and current Kaiser rates, respectively. And we also include a cost increase for approximately 11% from the current fiscal year. Other professional and other operating categories are baseline. Next slide, please. In the provision of insurance loss, we base those amounts on our insurance premiums we received. In the cost full category, that includes vehicles and equipment based on, for services provided based on our equipment list. Our general liability rates provided by risk management to achieve an 80% confidence levels. The city is self-funded over the next 5 years. It also includes the Civic Center allocation for the departments housed in the Civic Center for their portion of the debt service annual payment, and cash balances based on square footage used by programs. And then the asset capital outlay category is based on the proposed capital improvement plan. Next slide, please. And then the only, Antonio already mentioned our grant expenditures. We only base that on grants that are actually awarded. In our operating transfers out, that includes recurring one-time subsidies to non-general fund programs, such as reimagining public safety allocations, which are the same as the current fiscal year. Next slide, please. And this slide shows the total general fund expenditures included in the draft budget as compared to the current fiscal year's revised budget. And you'll see that a very small change in the salaries and wages category of $95.4 million, just 0.1% over the current fiscal year. Salaries and fringe benefits, there was about a 5.5% increase. We see a change in our utilities category of about 29%. We are aware if there's rate increases included in there, such as in our PG&E category. And provision for insurance losses, the other category that went up about 25.5% over the current fiscal year. Next slide, please. And this shows a pie chart view of the information I just shared, and also included in there we have, this is for our operating transfers out from the general fund. There's the Kids First initiative, about 8.1 million. That's based on the 3% allocation. And also for debt service, we have about 4.5 million allocated there. Next slide, please. And yet another pie type view of the expenditures, and this slide is by our categories. So as I mentioned before, salaries and wages are our largest category, and you can see it there, and with our benefits coming in a close second. And then our cost pool and category of 24.5 million, and then professional and administrative services at 22.6 million. Next slide, please. And this just another slide showing the current fiscal year's budget as compared to the draft budget before you this evening. Again, there's 48.5 million showing remaining for the council's decision. What's not included in this projection is the unfunded capital and project needs of about 550 million. Shasta went over these details in the earlier slides. Our outstanding pension and OPEB unfunded actuarial liabilities amounts, as well as labor negotiations. No assumptions are included in there for cost of living, and no new programs or projects. Next slide, please. So we alluded to that the draft budget includes 3 options for council's consideration. Option A is to hold and wait based on those economic uncertainties that we went over earlier, which would allow staff time to, council time to allocate the 48.5 million after the council recess for economic certainties to settle and fully analyze the overall impact of the city. And staff will continue to evaluate various options for investing the principal of the new limited term general funds to optimize interest earnings. For example, if you invest 48.5 million at 4%, that would be an additional 1.9 million annually. Next slide, please. Option B, to be determined by the mayor and city council. Again, there's 48.5 million, which may include CIP for unfunded needs, and that's also included on attachment 6 of your packet. Next slide, please. And option C, to be determined by the mayor and city council, may include federal contingency, CIP, or unfunded actuarial liability. So this is just an example of 19.5 million set aside for contingency due to potential federal funding cuts affecting sanctuary cities, which the city of Richmond relies on for key programs such as employment and training and the Richmond Housing Authority. 19.5 million allocated for strategic goal area number 3, aimed at enhancing quality of life and community health, supporting City Council Goal 3.1 for maintaining the built environment and parks, and Goal 3.2 for developing new infrastructure. And 9.5 million designated for strategic goal area number 5 to improve the city's internal infrastructure. This funding addresses the $396 million in unfunded pension liabilities and the $63 million for other post-employment benefits, with a recommendation to place it into trust accounts to improve fiscal responsibility in line with City Council Goal number 5.2. Next slide, please. So again, just to restate the schedule going forward towards adoption, on May 20th, the Recreation and Additional Comprehensive Fee Study will be before the City Council for consideration. June 3rd is the budget study session where we'll go into great level of detail on the operating budget and the fiscal year 2025 through 30 5-year capital improvement plan. Department presentations will be on that evening, as well as developing the City Council's budget checklist. After the June 3rd meeting, staff will go and compile all of the list of questions, provide responses, and on June 17th, return to the City Council to review and provide direction on the budget checklist and any changes to the proposed budget for adoption. And on June 24th, we anticipate City Council to adopt the fiscal year 2025-26 operating budget and the fiscal year 2025 through 30 5-year capital improvement plan, as well as the GAN limit, with the budget being available for departments to use beginning the first day of the new fiscal year, July 1st. Next slide, please. And to restate the action, it is to acknowledge receipt of the draft fiscal year 2025-26 annual operating budget and fiscal year 2025-30 5-year capital improvement plan, and review the budget adoption schedule.
And Mayor, this evening, as we have in the past with budget sessions, staff are prepared to take copious notes of the questions provided by the council members and will respond in writing and post the answers to the question. We'll email them to the council members and we'll post them online on the Finance Department website.
Okay, thank you. Do we have public speakers?
We have 2 in-person speakers. If there's anyone that would like to address the council on this item, joining us online, please raise your hand at this time. You want to hear the speakers now? Speakers are Cordell Hindler and Jamin Purcell.
So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. Thank you, Andrea, for this presentation. And I have my own little budget checklist. And I was looking at it from an attachment 4 and a multi-year position listing, and because it was something that Mayor Martinez brought up last month, is like, I looked at the economic development classifications, and one of the things that I would like to see is the port marketing operations manager, because this classification is very important to make sure that we want to market the port. So I took my own little thoughts into that, and I said, I do like the budget overall, but I'm hoping that there be some revisions to it when we for next month. So that's all I have to say, and I love the budget, so that's it.
Jamin Purcell.
This economy is wild, and so I really appreciate that there was a forward-thinking approach to the budget in trying to balance the projects that we already have with making sure that we don't overload ourselves and create a situation where we are not able to cover our expenses as we build up various things. So I just want to say I really appreciate the thoughtfulness that was put in to this budget, but as well making sure that we we're not trying to add. I would say that I would appreciate that the council looks at trying to address the various projects and priorities that they've already put forward, and we try to address those and not try to create a more running list, and as well try to make sure that we are considering that over time we are going to be probably hit with even more financial instability over at least the next 4 years, and that we try to make sure that we don't have a drop in our services. I think that that was one of the things that I heard was a priority. That was something that was a big issue when we had financial instability from the 2008 to 10 depression and the previous depressions that we have had economically, where we had to drop a number of services. And that was really unfortunate because it really led to specifically those who are underserved, being even more so impacted. So I just want to say I really appreciate the prioritization, and I hope that the council will consider that when they're looking over the budget as we go forward.
That was our last speaker. We do not have any speakers online.
And then public comment is closed, and I have Vice Mayor Cepeda with questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'm looking for the silver linings. I think other cities are not as lucky, so thank you for all the great work everyone has been doing and keeping us afloat. It's great to see that we're still keeping a positive number in the budget, however, understanding that we might have some challenges. A couple of my questions. In the calculations for the sales tax, or any of the taxes there, are we considering the tariffs, and how do we think that's going to impact us? Do we have a percentage?
So Councilmember Cepeda, as council members, you will take down your questions this evening, and then we'll respond in writing.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
I saw some faces there wanting to respond, so I'll take it now.
No, it's tough, but we want to be thoughtful of the time and make sure everyone gets a chance to answer all their questions, and then, thank you.
So I would like to know more about a percentage that we might think, or a dollar amount that we think might be an impact. Several of our businesses on the car dealerships, for example, that could be a big hit. And on the port, it could be a big hit. We see ports, so we'll love to learn everywhere around how that's going to be affecting us. And then also in terms of our capital improvement projects, how's that going to affect us as well? Because the labor or the material is going to cost more. So if you have any percentages there, so when we're budgeting, we can keep that in our mind. And then when we are looking to put any other request forward, the chart that you had in there was to provide by, I'm a little confused on when and how best to provide any projects that we want the city council to prioritize. So is it June 3rd? Is it before June 3rd?
Yes, at your June 3rd meeting.
So we're just going to give a list?
No, you'll have a conversation.
If I have,
just like you are this evening.
if we all have 20, we're going to have a conversation on 20 of each? I'm trying to figure out a process that if we all
Well,
have a
in the
lot.
past, the council members have used their discretion, and it's been extremely helpful.
Perfect. All right. And then for Section 8, because of the federal, I know that we're looking to potentially have a little bit of side money in case the feds do come after us and our funds. In particular, I'm concerned with Section 8 vouchers. What would be the impact? How much money do we think we might need to set aside to assist the individuals that might be affected by it? I know that we don't hand out Section 8 vouchers. The feds do, but if they remove them, we have to figure out a way to assist the individuals. Otherwise, they're going to land on the streets. So if we can have that information there. And then there was a comment made about the refinery paying between 0% on the I didn't write it down. I believe it was a property tax. So just wondering why 0 on some years if it's the same property. I don't know how is that fluctuating so much between 0 and 4%? What makes it so? Just to learn so that we can try to better plan. And then on the asset capital outlay, if there's any other information on what that pertains to, what those numbers pertain to. I might have missed that there, but I didn't see it. And those are all my questions for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Bana?
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for including some charts. I have a comment about that. But seems like we have higher revenue by around 50 million and lower costs, and it's categorized as other revenue. Well, what is it comparing with the last year? Why the revenue is so much higher and the cost is lower? And GON limit or GAN limit, how does it affect us? And what is the worst-case scenario? We all heard the bad news about Oakland are trying to have a new tax measure to make up for the budget deficit because they're going to lose their emergency responders. I hope we'll never get there, but I'm just wondering, considering all the volatility of federal government policies and possible decline in economy and property tax and everything, what's the worst case? And I have a comment, if I may. So these numbers are awesome and excellent, but reading numbers is not easy. I strongly suggest for comparison between 2 years, use bar charts, 2 colors side by side for each item, so we can see the trend. We can get a big picture. Tables are great. I personally think for auditors, not for us. So more bar charts, please, so we can see what's going on year over year. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and all the work that was done to put all this together. I have a few questions. One is in the assumptions for the revenue. Is the business license tax that is like Measure U is going to include the actual number? Is that in the one, I'm sorry, in the 8.5% that you are saying that it is going to increase in these assumptions, are you including the right number for what Chevron will have to pay under Measure U or not? And how much are you putting there? Vacancy rate, we approved a vacancy rate of 6%. We had been kind of like going from 4% to 6%, but now you are proposing an 11% vacancy rate. I would like kind of like a justification why this is when we already have a vacancy rate that is significantly higher, and I would like to know that. Also, what is the vacancy rate that we have currently, right? That will be good. Then you are budgeting for the cost pool $24 million. Last year, you also did that, but the actual showed that we spent $12.3 million. Can you, I think like if you can have actual versus budgeted comparison, that will be great. And I would like more detail on the cost pool for this $24 million, and then details of what we did with the $12.3 million, and we budgeted $24 million last year as well. What was the things that we were assuming we were going to buy or do, and that we didn't do? And then my final comment is about, I'm glad that we are not making any decisions, but I am leaning towards just kind of like really trying to give the city council more time to figure out what is the investment that we are going to have with this extra money that we are getting into the general fund from the settlement agreement with Chevron. I think one of the goals for that is that we reduce the dependency in the general fund from Chevron in these 10 years. That means, like, I would like to know, like, What is that like, we know that it's like 15%, what is that number? And then to just kind of like have a plan, because if no, if we start kind of like spending this money and filling gaps as well, which is something that might be leaning right now based on federal constraints, if it happened. But it's also like in 10 years, we need to be really thinking about what in 10 years looks like for Richmond. And that is really reduce that dependency. We are looking at what happened in Benicia, and we don't want to be in that situation. So we have this great opportunity, but a huge responsibility to be a showcase for other municipalities around how we transition from an dependence in the fossil fuel industry to more a green economy. But it's a lot of work, and just we don't have all the answers right now. So thank you for just like putting that pause. And then the last thing that I wanted to say is that please, in the assumptions, put the percentage of everything. Like for instance, I noticed that the other taxes, which include the transferring tax, you didn't put any percentage of like how much is going to increase or decrease. So I don't have any number there to know. And in the others, either in the assumptions for the revenue or for the assumptions for the expenses, I will like kind of like the numbers also, not just the description, but like at least the percentage. And the number could be like what how much that percentage is in the actual budget. And I will leave it like that.
Councilmember Wilson.
Okay, I guess probably pretty similar to some of the questions that Councilmember Jimenez just raised about the position listing attachment for the proposed position listings. I could use a little bit more clarity. Like the document lists 800 positions, and my understanding is we don't fill 800 positions in the city. We have no plan. We don't post, if we take the number of people who are here plus the postings, that doesn't equal 800 positions. And so I need a little bit more clarity on terms of when you say like we're assuming an 11% vacancy rate, is that because our sort of actual goal is to fill approximately 720 positions? And if so, why do we still have 800 positions listed on a position listing document? So yeah, so just sort of understanding better, or a little bit more education on what that 800 position, if it's not a real number, why do we have it in our budget, I guess, and why don't we just budget to what we actually anticipate having as staff next year? And question I have is, I tried my best to understand the 10-year forecast, attachment 6, the capital improvement project's 10-year forecast, and I wasn't really able to understand what that document is conveying, so I need a little bit more context for that. And one of the things that, again, this might be a thing that you're naturally going to do, is I know there's like a 5-year plan that was already approved for a CIP agenda or CIP planning, but I'm a little bit confused about how the next year's CIP, like, is there a process where we're going to, as a group, agree to a CIP prioritization for the next fiscal year, and then we'll agree to a budget of it? Or so the intersection between CIP planning and budget planning is a little bit confusing to me too. So hopefully I can get a little more clarity on that. And those are my questions.
Thank you. I want to thank you for all the work that you did. You did an immense amount of work putting this together. I would like, along with numbers, percentages, and along with percentages, the actual numbers, because 10% of a dollar is 10 cents, 10% of $100 is $10, and there's a big difference between 10 cents and $10. So it would help me understand better to see the actual numbers with the percentages. And I want to show my appreciation for the capital improvement projects forecast. I think it will inform our decision-making to see how the money will be needed as we move from year to year. So for instance, if we have a project that requires a certain amount of money for so many years, we might not want to start on it depending on what our financial forecasts are. So I think it's important that we do these 2-year, 5-year, 10-year forecasts and even longer than 10 years so that we can project into the future the health of our city. It will also help us temper our exuberance in starting new programs, realizing how many programs we have already in the works. Are there any other questions? Yes, please. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I might have not caught this here, but I'm just looking through the list. And if there is an answer to why we're decreasing our firefighters, looks like we were budgeting for 39 and now we're going to be budgeting for 31. So there's anything there. Thank you. That's it.
Yes, and I'd also like to comment on the number of people. I think it's good to have numbers representing the city that we would like to have, and then numbers representing the reality of where we're at in terms of the availability of personnel to fill the positions, and the needs of the city at any particular time, and then and then the actual numbers of the personnel that we have now. So if there's not any more questions, we will conclude the budget report.
We take a vote. We take a vote on this one to acknowledge.
Oh, yes, to approve, yes.
Can I also add that it would be good to get by the vacancies by department if we have. I know for instance in co-enforcement we have 6 vacancies, and also another is where is the hiring process going to? Are you hiring this co-enforcement personnel, or we are doing these soft holds? Okay, so thank you.
Okay, do you have a motion to accept?
I'll make a motion to acknowledge the item.
Okay, a motion to acknowledge and accept. Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, second by Councilmember Bonner.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Robinson absent. Our next item under new business is item Y1, and that is to direct staff to work on the design and implementation of the Cyclovia project and come back to the council in early May with the proposed design, budget, and implementation plan to launch the first Cyclovia during the summer of 2025.
This is a budget, an item that I have been working with some community organization and youth. Thank you, Andrew Melendez, for being here and presented. I wanted to know that we want to, and thank you also to the Public Works Director, Daniel Chavarria, for engaging with us and asking some good questions after we had the item. So I want to make sure that all council members and everybody knows that we are changing the motion today based on some of the recommendation of the staff to have more time to engage more community and be able to launch these and to have these Ciclovia events next year. So I just wanted to let you know that the idea is to allow staff to have more time to do the analysis and the budget and the community engagement needed, so we can have this as a project for next summer. Thank you. KCRT, can you pull out the PowerPoint?
All right. Thank you so much. And good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Andrew Melendez. I'm a lifelong Richmond resident. And yes, I'm here today to provide a presentation today to the City Council with a project proposal to direct city staff to begin the implementation of a Ciclovia project here in Richmond. The presentation was also supposed to be co-presented by some representatives from Bikes East Bay, as well as Rich City Rides, but just due to scheduling aren't able to be here, unfortunately, so I'm here today. But I'd just like to note that they're in full support of this program. In fact, Bikes East Bay recently sent out a letter to the City Council at one of the previous City Council meetings regarding this agenda item, and both groups have been really crucial to the development of this project. So just for some background on myself, right, I've lived here in Richmond my entire life. I've been biking around Richmond as long as I remember, not only with myself, but with my family, especially around here in the streets of Richmond. And I think it's always been a really special part of, just health and exercise, and something that I've really valued in my own life. Compared to other cities, however, right, there have been always really large disparities in the accessibility of biking, as well as biking lanes and opportunities to bike in safe spaces. And so it was under this knowledge, right, that during my time in college, I spent a lot of time researching environmental equity, and as well as the potential for green streets in local communities and how we can work together to implement more creative public health initiatives, particularly here in Richmond. And so as a constituent, I was really grateful when I reached out to Councilmember Jimenez, who brought forth the idea of implementing a Ciclovia, and I'm really grateful that she was able to bring together lots of community partners, like you mentioned, interns from Rich City Rides, youth, and people from Bike East Bay, and we all came together to write together this agenda report and the proposal that we have in front of you today. As well, again, we want to thank the Public Works Department, who have been working with us over the last few weeks to really hash out the implementation details and make actual recommendations on how the program would actually be implemented. So yeah, we'll go ahead and get started with the proposal. So if we can move over to the next slide, we'll go into a little bit of detail of what exactly a Ciclovia is. So for those who don't know, a Ciclovia is an event that temporarily closes streets and automobiles to provide safe spaces for individuals and community members to walk, bike, and just generally have places to exercise and have other kinds of social activities. All this work is done to promote alternate forms of transportation, particularly within communities like Richmond, where access to open streets for biking and walking is not always available due to the car-centric infrastructure that we've had here in Richmond for many, many years. Next slide, please. Just to give you, a history of what Ciclovia is and its roots, Ciclovia has its origins in a city called Bogota, Colombia, which began the practice of actually closing down streets within its cities around the mid-1970s. And this has been a practice that began during that period, but for decades and decades has been a program that has absolutely exploded in popularity to where today there's an average of 1.7 million people within that city that turn out every single week to walk around and bike around. If you see the photos here, some of the photos of what the Ciclovia actually looks like in Bogota, and it's a weekly event where they actually close down the streets. You can see there where one side of the street on that second photo is closed down and people are able to bike around, walk around, and it's a really, really wonderful event. So we go to the next slide, please. And so since then, Ciclovias and just this general idea of implementing open street projects have made its way across the world, including here in the Bay Area as well. And so one of the most really beautiful examples of this is a program called Sunday Streets in San Francisco, where they host weekly Ciclovias for the community. You can see in the photos, there's always massive turnout every single week. The really special thing about this program is that they're able to collaborate with different organizations, nonprofits, as well as local businesses and just general volunteers to provide programming in each of these events. And another thing about this as well is that these routes are usually much shorter, so they're actually only about 1 to 2 miles long, and they really just focus on people who want to walk around streets and bike around and be in community with one another. Next slide, please. Great. So now let's talk about the implementation of it. So as we started discussing how we wanted to implement this, there were really 4 major categories that we really kept in mind and that we were able to get some more feedback from the Public Works Department on. And that's really the bus routes, right, taking into consideration the different routes within the city, making sure that we are keeping in alignment with street improvement projects that are happening, and the most important, which is, of course, community feedback. And we'll talk about each of these now. Next slide, please. So originally, when we came together with this project proposal, one of the big things and one of the big challenges that came to mind was really just bus routes, right? One of the things that we don't want to do is potentially cause disruptions within the AC transit system here in Richmond for bike routes, since the expectation is the streets within these routes would actually be closed for cars. And so one thing that we heard back from Public Works Department, thankfully, is that they let us know that one of the considerations that we should have for this project is actually to avoid disruption, to not have any of these routes include any AC transit routes. And so this slide is a bit outdated. And so just to let you guys know, as we continue to work with the city to actually implement these routes, one of the things that will not be present will be any kind of disruption or conflict with AC transit routes. Next slide, please. Another thing as well is, of course, the routes, right? Making sure that we know where exactly in the city these routes are going to be. One thing that Public Works Department let us know was that city staff will be able, if this project proposal is approved, to actually put together a list of 3 to 4 different recommendations across the city of where they would like these projects to be implemented. And as I'll discuss further on, right, depending on where these sites will be designated, they will begin the process of doing community outreach to different groups, neighborhood councils, different community members, to make sure that it's in alignment, make sure that there's minimum disruption, but also to make sure that community members are also able to input on where they would like to see the routes within their neighborhoods. But, of course, the really beautiful thing about ciclovia projects as a whole, though, is that they're always really accessible to people's homes. These routes are specifically designed for them to be very accessible for individuals and families who simply just want to walk outside and immediately have access to a route very close by where they can bike around to different points of their neighborhoods. And so I think that's something that we definitely want to keep true to as we begin to actually implement these routes. But again, just to let you know, right, if approved, we'll work together with city staff to actually make those recommendations on where the routes would be. Next slide, please. And so another thing as well that we had in mind when we were discussing the implementation, right, was potential synergy with upcoming road improvement projects. This was something that Public Works Department let us know that, ideally for ciclovias, we actually wouldn't be able to have any kind of route in any area in which there would be street improvement projects happening within the month. But I think one thing that could still be, really important, and I think could be very attractive for the council here, is that, if there's a way for us to actually have kind of a synergy with completed street improvement projects, so that way community members can actually walk around and bike and actually see the completed road infrastructure changes that have been made. Again, this will be something that we'll continue to discuss with city staff if this project is approved. But again, just trying to find new ways to highlight road repavements, highlight different kinds of new street improvements that have happened around different communities, I think is really important as well. Next slide, please. And of course, the most important part of this program is really making sure that we have the input and we have the real investment from the community. So if this project is approved, one of the recommendations is for city staff as well as for anybody who's interested in hosting these to actually come together to host workshops and invite different local residents, neighborhood councils, community organizations to actually provide their input on the routes that city staff would make the proposals for. Of course, the goal, right, is always to make sure that there's minimum disruption with existing, just making sure that, people's daily lives are not, interfered with as much as possible. But I think it also has the benefit as well of providing personal investment and making sure that community is invested in this program as well. If this isn't feasible at any point for whatever reason, of course, polls and surveys can also be sent out to local residents and stakeholders just to make sure that people are aware that this is a program that is happening and that we would like to receive their community input. The hope, right, of course, is that the community can really be guiding this program and can really be a part of this as much as possible, because we do believe that having community investment and making sure that community members are able to provide as much input as possible into this program allows them to have that personal stake. And so then when the program actually does start within each of these neighborhoods, there will be people already who will be champions for it and who feel like they've been a part of it, of the actual process for implementation. Next slide, please. So again, just to remind the council, if approved, the city staff will be tasked with implementing a budget proposal for this project. My understanding is that they would be able to, or they would come together with a budget proposal, and I believe they would come back to city council for another recommendation to actually allocate money towards this project. So right now, the ask, I believe right now, is just to direct city staff to begin the implementation, begin making the proposals and the budget proposals for the ciclovia. One thing I do want to note, however, is that just compared to other health initiatives that we see across the country, ciclovias remain one of the most cost-effective investments in community health. So if you look at the chart here, this actually is a chart that provides the average cost per user per week of different kinds of physical activities and different kinds of health initiatives. So you see at the very bottom, right, one of the most cost-effective investments per person are ciclovias, including the ciclovia Bogota that we just discussed, and as well on the fourth point right there, you see the Sunday streets of San Francisco. And so really, I just want to highlight that, because we already have the infrastructure set in place, right, because the streets are already present, it really is a very cost-effective option. And hopefully, as we continue to hash out details with the city in terms of budget, we keep in mind that this is meant to be a very, very cost-effective way of achieving public health and making sure that we're able to maximize the amounts of money that we use within our budget for health initiatives. Next slide, please. And so now let's talk about potential programming, which is always the very fun part. So again, we've received lots of community input, and we've also received the investment and collaboration with Bikes East Bay, as well as Rich City Rides, who have told us and have been willing to provide activities for this program. Some of the ideas that these groups have put together are things like community bike rides, right, implementing fitness and yoga classes, food and beverage stands, right, and these are opportunities for us to collaborate not only with different organizations, but with local vendors and businesses as well, right? We can see something like having, vendors or different, food trucks come into these spaces and be able to actually provide, food and drinks for the community. Also just things like arts and crafts stations and family-friendly activities like that is also very, very crucial and are also potential things that we could have in this program. And then just general bike services like bike repair clinics and bike valet services, which Rich City Rides have expressed interest in providing. But of course, depending on the funding that's allocated for this project, right, it's designed to be very, very flexible. One of the great things about ciclovia is at the very minimum, right, the very minimum is that there would be closed streets, and that community members would be able to bike around. And so depending on the budget, right, it's very flexible in nature. And so depending on what the council would like to see and depending on what city staff has in mind and depending on what kinds of input that we get from different community organizations, right, there can be a wide variety of different programming for a ciclovia. Okay, next slide, please. Another thing as well, since this would be a pilot launch of a ciclovia, is making sure that we're also evaluating the actual effectiveness and making sure that we're able to track like how many people actually did engage with ciclovias if it were approved. And so following the launch of the ciclovia program, one thing we really want to keep in mind is getting feedback from participants, from partners, as well as stakeholders. And so this would be through a series of ideally different kinds of surveys and potentially some meetings with community members to just see how it went, make sure that we're keeping track of how many people were like actually engaging in the ciclovia and just hearing from everyone to see that, just to make sure that we're constantly building upon it, and that if the council chooses to, do this again at a future period, that we have research and we have data that shows us how best effectively to host a program like this. Next slide, please. And then finally, another really key aspect of the ciclovia as well is just making sure that we have really effective outreach strategies, right? One of the big things is just making sure that community members and families within each neighborhood knows that there's a ciclovia happening and knows the details of when it'll be, right? What kinds of programming will be included. And so potentially city council could also support allocating funds towards different kinds of marketing efforts. So that includes creating and distributing flyers to residents as well as local businesses around the area about the ciclovia, also distributing and creating digital advertising on social media platforms about the program as well. Since this is a bit outdated, and so we likely won't be collaborating with AC Transit to advertise the events. But if you look at the last 2 points right here, I think some other really crucial aspects of it would also be getting volunteers and seeing if volunteers are willing and able to lead as ambassadors of the program to actually go spread word about the event, right? We envision people who would like to door knock and actually talk to residents around the neighborhood and let them know that this is something that's happening. And then finally, of course, reaching out to local organizations, reaching out to local newspapers, radio stations, and TV channels to see if they'd be interested in highlighting and advertising this event as well. All right, next slide. Great, and so that concludes the presentation for today. And so at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions about the program or just any other general questions as well.
Do we have public speakers?
Yes, we have 3 in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. Speakers are Cordell Hendler, Mark Wasberg, and Don Gosney. Please come forward. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay. So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. I want to thank you, Councilmember Jimenez, for bringing this item forward, and thank you, Andrew, for this presentation. So after looking at all this, and I'm like, this is very cool. This is something that Richmond should be seeing, because we have a lot of community groups that would be interested in participating in this. So Andrew, I will work with you because I know all the neighborhood council presidents easily. So I'm in full support of this. So I'm thinking, like, I just had a vision. Think about this. Having this event in August sounds perfect, because it's summertime. People want to get out. Either the first or the second Sunday in August, I'm fine with it. So that's it.
Mark Wasberg.
I smell a bunch of stupid radicals. This is the most stupidest thing I've ever seen and heard in my entire life. Why should we have to jeopardize when we want to go to the store? You're going to jeopardize emergency vehicles, our way of life, so a bunch of idiots could go out there and ride bicycles and do yoga right down the middle 23rd Street or McDonald Avenue. You're going to have to block off traffic to the main arteries. People need to go places. If you want to ride your bicycle, there's trails all around Richmond where you can go. If you want to do that stupid yoga garbage, you can go to some building where they do yoga. I said, you realize it's going to affect the police, fire, and ambulances? When they had Cinco de Mayo, they blocked off 23rd Street. There was a traffic jam a mile long on San Pablo Avenue, because that was on the bus. It took about almost an hour and a half to get to Richmond on AC Transit. And you're going to sit and tell the people that you want to block off their livelihood for a bunch of idiots like you and this other RPA and these other radicals to ride a stupid-ass bicycle down 23rd Street? This is not Columbia. You like Columbia so much once you bring in the drug cartel. This guy ain't nothing but a radical idiot who thinks he's going to make Richmond healthy when it ain't going to happen. I don't want to have to jeopardize my livelihood. If I want to go to the store, I don't have to go around 3-4 blocks. You haven't told the people what streets you're going to block off. There's only 2 main arteries. That's 23rd Street and McDonald Avenue. Or you're going to end up blocking off Parkway. I don't know where you get these stupid ideas from, because a lot of people are going to start complaining, and they're going to come up to the city council, and you wait till somebody dies because the ambulance can't get to their place. You need to get a haircut, you idiot.
Don Gosney.
That was a great presentation, Andrew. Thank you. Andrew, I said. All right, I really wanted to hear some details about this proposal as it would apply to Richmond before weighing in. I did. I worry about any efforts to shut down large parts of Richmond where business largely shuts down. I especially worry about efforts designed to showcase how popular it is in Richmond to making it largely pedestrian or bicycle zones, especially when visitors have to drive their cars to get to it and flood communities with their parked cars so residents can't access their own homes. I can envision it now that if you set aside a section of Richmond to be a bicycle zone, the well-connected bicycle coalitions will swarm into town, just as they did for the opening of the San Rafael Bridge bike lane, to try to convince our community and elected leaders that this is so popular that they should make it permanent. And when these outside revelers leave town, how many will leave behind money spent on taxable food, drinks, and goods? Of course, what does Richmond have to offer when it comes to venues for food, drinks, and goods? Please don't delude yourself. People are not going to flock to Richmond for wigs, to have their nails done, their taxes prepared, to go to church, or to buy a casket, places where a lot of Richmond residents go to. With the influx of tourist bucks and the tax revenue that brings in, will it offset the cost for setting these events up, for cleanup afterwards, and for security? Who will pay for this? Will you expect that you can pawn off these costs to the rest of Richmond, and who will not partake of your parties? I can appreciate the part of this proposal that reaches out to the community to get resident feedback. Sadly, many of us don't have a lot of faith in the efforts made by the council and the city to seek input from the community. You may notice in his presentation, he didn't talk about the rest of Richmond, only the stakeholders involved. Say, using San Francisco may not be a wise choice to emulate. A form of Ciclovia is how San Francisco closed off large sections of Golden Gate Bridge and Highway 1 for Ciclovia types of events. The end result is that they have lost a substantial number of visitors that can no longer access the park, the Great Highway, or their beaches specifically, so locals can better enjoy their community. You've not yet sold me on the value to Richmond as a whole, and since what you've done is a done deal before it was placed on the agenda, my advice is to be aware.
That was our last speaker.
Do we have online speakers? No. None? All right. Questions? Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew, thank you for the presentation. Councilmember Jimenez, thank you for bringing this up. This is very exciting. You beat me. It's a great idea, but I'm excited to be able to help support it. And you brought up an idea that other community members have also had, which is great, right? You're aligning with them. And just to go on some of the points that were said, the business community has asked to do just this. So I think you're going to get support from not just the residents, not just those that are biking, but those that are also walking, even those that are not even able to walk yet, like the babies. But the business community is behind it. The business meeting that I had a couple of weeks ago, or a couple of days ago, a week ago or so, some of the community members there asked to see if they can do such a thing before the agenda was even published. 23rd Street, which we just had Cinco de Mayo, they have also asked to see if they can do closing down the streets throughout the year. So it's not just one business, it's multiple businesses. It's not just one part of the city, it's in multiple parts of the city. I want in, I know that my district gonna want in. We're already having parts of the city that are doing it. And I was running down in here, Sunday Streets, it's a great success in San Francisco, and I think that we can bring this forward in Richmond and being able to do it very successfully as well. I myself, before elected as a president of Neighborhood Council, I started a program called the Food Emporium, because the food trucks, as part of this other business that many people might know around the Bay Area, they would go out there and bring food trucks, and people can go in and listen to music and eat food and just create community. They wouldn't come to Richmond. It was something called Off the Grid. So they did not want to come to Richmond. They were afraid of Richmond. So they came as far as El Cerrito. So because they wouldn't come to give us their event in Richmond, I put together a Food Emporium. And the goal was to rotate around Richmond, have it be in different communities. And then it became too much because not everyone had the time. And this was just all volunteer run. But the ideas have been there, so it's great that this is brought up again. In some of the map that you showed in there, some of the business communities, I think that we should really partner with them to see if there's a way that this can be managed by some of the business pockets. I'm calling them business pockets, like the 23rd Street Merchant Association, for example, or on a few others here. There's little pockets of businesses that are coming together, and they've mentioned this to me, so I think it'll be great to have them. I was looking at Sunday Streets, comparable. They have a staff, and I think some of the budget that may be coming from there is most likely to offset the cost of the staff. Just from their website, they appear to have 7 staff members. So there's the human aspect of it that we need to think about. How much staff are we going to be able to get? They have a volunteer coordinator. I think the community would really love to step up. So it'll be great to see, again, figuring out where we can get until we can get the staff. Because our staff, doing event planning is a particular skill. I used to be an event planner. One of the biggest events that I helped produce was San Francisco Pride, right? Just with a couple million people. But it takes a skill to be able to do it and do it right, and being able to know where to get all of the different resources that we need. The bathrooms, as an example, if you have X amount of people, we need restrooms. So there's costs associated, so maybe we can figure out how to partner again with the businesses and being able to waive some of the fees. Because sometimes we are really good at saying we want to do something, but the moment we partner with a nonprofit or a volunteer group, then we say, oh, but you have to pay all the fees. This is City of Richmond's. We have to make sure that we're waiving everything so that the communities, they're already volunteering and giving us their time for free. Let's not charge them to do this. So if somebody says, I want to help, let's make it as easy as possible to start closing down and really creating some really cool programs. And I will love to see, and I don't know about the rest of my colleagues, I'll let them speak, but for me, I would love to bring this to District 2, and it will be great to see it equitably around every district, and then maybe each district, and sign me up, I can help, I'll be one of your volunteers to being able to bring this out there, and then we'll love to see it rotate throughout my district as an example. Being able to help every community within my district. I have 6 neighborhood councils, so we'd love to be able to see them there. And then maybe also being able to partner with the farmers markets or the creator of the lot, who also is the creator of one of our farmers market. They're already kind of doing that concept, right? They're already kind of closing off certain areas, so they have the magic, so they might be able to help us being able to just close up a little bit more and making it even bigger, and with the goal of making it bicycle friendly, making it pedestrian friendly, and just being able to enjoy the space that we have. So that's it for now that I have. But Andrew, thank you so much for the great presentation. And again, Councilmember Jimenez, thank you for bringing this forward.
Councilmember Bana?
Thank you for the presentation. I love it. Excellent idea. Have you been to District 4 of Richmond? Do you know where it is? El Sobrante part of Richmond? Do you think any of those streets are suitable for this?
Yeah, well, thank you for the question. So right now the goal is to reach out to city staff, and I guess this also goes to your question, Vice Mayor Zepeda, as well, about where within the city of Richmond the current plans are. From our discussions with Public Works Department, they let us know that for the pilot launch project, they expect to put together a proposal of about I think it was 3 different kinds of routes for this pilot launch, which would be starting in the summer of next year. And depending on what the council would like to see, I think it'd be great to have this in every single district across Richmond. I think that would be something that we would have to discuss with city staff on to see like what the feasibility is. But I think it'd be definitely worth it, right, to start discussing where across Richmond in different districts this could be possible in, so that way we could have a larger choice of where across the city we could have these programs in.
So my district, I think, is the only place that has 4-lane streets where you can close off half the street and not disturb traffic, and the traffic is light. So it's a very good candidate. And I think it'd be nice to have it a national night out so people can come, from afternoon into the evening. And another thing about my district is that there are not many businesses. We only have 4 businesses in a little shopping strip, a nail salon, a tokoti, a barber shop. So there is no community hub or place for people to get together. So this helps with community building. So on the chart where you had the cost, was that per person, per event, or per year? What was it?
Yeah. And sorry, I don't think I had the actual title of the figure as well, so my apologies on not having that in the presentation. But for the chart, it was the average cost per user per week of different physical activity programs.
Week means 1 event per week, so that's per event.
Correct, yeah. So
Okay.
so basically generally, because these programs are weekly, right, they were able to analyze how much money they were spending basically per event, per person for this project.
Yeah, Colombia, they do it every Sunday
Yeah.
from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. in different cities.
I think what would be different here for this pilot program is because there's only going to be, my understanding is that there's going to be just 1 ciclovia per month in different parts of the city. I don't think the cost would be, I think the cost would be even less, since it would only be about 3 times that this program would actually be implemented for this pilot launch.
Yeah, I think to have a pilot, a national night out, it would be awesome. I strongly support it, so good idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Andrew, for the presentation. I am also supporting the pilot. I do have some concerns, though, regarding, but you answered one of the questions, that we'll host this once a month. Also, the language in the recommendation about implementation, so I don't know if this message would be for the city attorney regarding, is the language assuming that the launch is happening without all of the layouts that Andrew mentioned being in place already?
I thought the idea is to staff is to work on a plan and implementation, and so some of those details would be worked out in the implementation plan.
If I may,
Okay,
Mayor,
'cause-
through the chair. So my
Sure.
understanding is that Councilmember Jimenez, in conversation with Public Works Director Chavarria, has agreed that staff can work towards commencement in June 2026.
Okay.
So I think if the council decides to have a motion, that it would be helpful for that to be in the motion.
Yeah, I will make that motion.
Okay, just because I'm for having the event, I think it's great to have all community events, especially different cultures being represented. But voting on something that will set forth implementation without having the full scope of everything is causing me to be extremely hesitant, like the final mapping, the final budget, the outreach, just all of those things that you all laid out very well. Just that seems to be, the implementation portion seems to precede all of the other steps that I feel that should come first. So with the recommendation item is bringing that back to council before we agree to.
Yeah, can I
move-
make the motion and then you can comment on that?
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is.
Excuse me, there's still people to speak.
Oh, but I want to read the motion so you know it
Okay,
before.
go ahead.
Okay, I'm not saying that I am
Go ahead.
moving the motion. I just wanted
ahead.
to, okay? Thank you. So it's direct staff to work on the design and implementation of the Ciclovia project and come back with an outdate in October or November 2025 and late April in 2026 with the proposed design budget and to launch the first Ciclovia in the summer of 2026. And the idea is that eventually, like, we can have June, July, and August Ciclovias.
Okay, and I think that's where I'm getting wrapped up to
We need a
launch the
second for
first.
that before
Oh.
the conversation. Is there a second?
Oh, are we doing?
I thought she
thought
was
she was
just
just reading it.
reading the recommendation.
Is that your motion though?
Yeah, it's my motion, but I
Okay.
am just reading it before, so
She's
she.
not, she's
You
not
need a
making
second.
the motion yet.
Oh, so you're not making the motion?
Right.
No, I am
Okay.
just reading what I am going to do.
Sharing the motion.
Sharing my motion, so there is more information.
I just want to know that when saying yes to this tonight, that I'm agreeing to the staff doing their due diligence to come bring forth back all of the items that were laid out before, or saying yes today is saying staff go out, do what you need to do and come back, and then once we see
No,
it, it's
you will
already been
have.
approved.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you will have time to also approve if the budget and if you will have another time where you are going to approve the implementation, the budget, and you can say yes or no in that part as well.
Yes, this motion isn't to implement, it's only to study.
To
Okay,
direct the
well-
staff to do that and come back to the city council with the recommendation, so you can vote yes or no on that recommendation that they are saying.
Okay, thank you for the update, but in the recommendation currently it states implementation twice, so that's why,
That is true.
that's why
Yes,
I'm.
you
yes,
changed the
but I am changing it. This is what
Okay.
because it's based on my conversation with staff. And thank you. And I just said again, thank you to Director of Public Works for your input on this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Wilson?
All my questions were answered.
All right. Yeah, I have difficulties with starting new projects while we're in the middle of budgeting. You know, so I do have some questions about the cost. The Nebraska Trail, which says it's $81 cents per individual. Did you get a study of what that 81 cents pays for? I mean, in terms of police, fire, changing routes of buses, and, you know, restrooms, and all the other costs that might be associated with the Ciclovia.
Thank you. And sorry, just to clarify again, which, in the chart, which one were you
I
talking
was
about?
the Nebraska Trail, but maybe the Sunday Streets of San Francisco would be closer to what the cost might be here in Richmond.
Yeah. Sorry, so I don't have much information on the Nebraska Trail one. I think most of the research that we did was really with the Ciclovia of Bogota as well as Sunday Streets. And so if you'd like, I can give you more information on like the cost for the Sunday Streets.
Yeah,
If that's-
okay.
Yeah,
Sunday
so that
Streets
one,
would
yeah, but that does include like all total costs, right, of the permitting, right, as well as, you know, coordination with the fire department and police department on this as well. You know, paying for staff, as Vice Mayor Zepeda mentioned, like there's a dedicated staff behind this as well. And so the cost is a bit larger, right, than what would be anticipated for something like this here in Richmond. But yeah, just so you know, like it does cover the full expenses of everything that is used to implement a program
Okay,
for that
so-
Sunday Streets.
So you're saying that the $1.36 per individual includes all of the array of costs
Yep.
to do the
Correct.
item. Okay, well, I guess that's it for me.
Okay, so I will make my motion. Thank you. Direct staff to work on the design and implementation of the Ciclovia project and come back with an outdate in October, November 2025 and late April 2026 with the proposed design, budget, and implementation, a plan to launch the first Ciclovia in the summer of 2026.
I'll second.
Yes.
Quick clarifying question. So I think that's again where I was coming back to,
Yes,
the
it
launch.
says to work on the design and implementation, so.
To launch it.
So the design is how it's laid out, the implementation is a cost that it will.
Right.
So it's, but.
And I am
but
talking
we're
about
not-
implementation
We're
plan.
not voting on the implementation.
Right. For them to come back and
Yes.
for the launch. I think it's for the launch part is where I'm trying to get the clarification as to.
Direct staff to work on the design and implementation of the Ciclovia project. So that is what we are directing staff to do.
I think my
And come
clarification
back-
part was were we going to, once it comes back, are we going to review and then
Yes, so
approve?
come back with an outdate in October or November 2025, so you will have at that time to give some feedback and see how it's doing. And late April 2026 with the proposed design, the budget, and the implementation plan to launch the first Ciclovia project in the summer of 2026.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
but,
you.
Clear like water.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
so I think the issue is whether or not we're voting on the implementation, but we're not voting on.
Well, I got past the implementation part. I just didn't, it was the language barrier. I didn't hear the ending part. I thought we were talking about launching it all in one,
Yeah,
but.
no, in April 2026, we may have a change of heart and decide.
Right, that's what I wanted to
Yeah.
make sure that I
And you can
still
vote no
have.
there as well, or yes.
Yes.
No, I support it. I
yes,
just want to make
yes,
sure
no.
that I have the full discretion when making my decision. Thank you.
You ready?
All right.
Okay, Council-
Do we have a second?
I did.
Council, Vice Mayor
The Vice Mayor.
Zepeda. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
I hope it's done in an equitable way with the streets in all districts. Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes, and sign me up to help volunteer, and I'll bring up the businesses and anyone else to help out.
We will.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Robinson absent.
Thank you, Andrew, for all the work and, yeah, thank you. And thank you, City Council.
Our next item is item W3A.
We're not doing WY2?
Pardon? Oh, I'm sorry, Y2. Ooh. I really skipped way over that.
We already did it. There was a
Okay,
time slip.
our next item is item Y2, to receive a presentation from the Port of Richmond staff in Moffett and Nickel regarding the initial findings of the facilities assessment at Point Potrero Marine Terminal.
Good evening. Mayor Martinez, City Council, Charles Gerard, Port Director. For the record, I'm joined at the table with Damiola Taiwu. Damiola is a structural engineer with Moffett and Nickel. She's also a licensed professional engineer. KCRT, if we can get the opening slide of the presentation. So first, let me just thank the council and mayor for your ongoing interest in the port and your support of our projects. As you know, the facility assessment project is an important one for us. It's important for a number of reasons that include the age of the facilities that we operate on, largely World War II era infrastructure. It's important because the lack of upgrades and maintenance of the facilities over the decades. It's also important for safety on the port. And lastly, over time, we're really looking to utilize the infrastructure that we do have in a productive and responsible manner. So when we started this project and engaging our contractor, Moffett and Nickel, we had included in the plan and the budget to provide a preliminary update to the project. So this is not the end of the project, but it's a review of the work that's been completed to date, and it'll give you some indication of our findings. So with that, I'll hand it over to Damiola.
Thank you, Mayor Martinez and Council, for allowing us to give you this presentation on our assessment thus far for the Port of Richmond Point Potrero Marine Terminal. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. So a brief outline of our presentation. We're going to go over project background and sort of the purpose of this project, team introductions and experience, so who we have working on this assessment, and then go over our inspection schedule and sort of what we've found through our inspection and summarize that, and then discuss path forward. Next slide. So a bit background about the project. The Kaiser Company developed these 4 shipyards here in Richmond to support the war effort in the 40s. In the 2000s, the 3rd shipyard was rehabbed, and then that facility is now referred to as Point Potrero Marine Terminal. Go ahead and next slide. So there's a brief outline of the different structures we're looking at as part of this assessment. So we have berths 5 through 8. Berths 5 and 6 have seen some limited use over the last 40 years, primarily used as lay berthing, so where different tenants can house some of their vessels. Berths 7 and 8 are active areas. Those are used for roll on and roll off for importing of vehicles, typically from Korea and Japan. The graving basins and finger piers are used for berthing of vessels. One important piece is the Red Oak Victory ship that is in Graving Basin 5 and other operating commercial vessels. So they support different spill response corporations, and Alcatraz Cruises is also one of the tenants, so they support their continuing operations. Good, next slide. So the purpose of this project, as Charles mentioned, we want to assess the general condition of all these structures and sort of evaluate any alternative use options that there might be depending on what we have in place. And we want to use what we've learned from our inspections to provide sort of cost to design and construct any improvements that we might see needed to either support ongoing operations or to expand those operations. We're looking typically in long-term projects within the next 5 to 10 years. So one of the deliverables we will provide sort of input on sequencing of different repairs and upgrades that are needed needed to keep these operations going and also to expand the operations if needed. Next slide. So brief team introductions. I'm Dame Lola. I work for Moffett Nickel as a structural engineer. Moffett Nickel, we have a lot of experience here in the Bay Area in modernizing former shipyards. A couple of those projects are the Mare Island Graving Docks in Vallejo and Hunters Point Shipyard in San Francisco. LiftTech has a lot of history with berth 7 to 8 in particular as engineer of record for the 2012 repair projects that happened there. NGO is a geotech firm. They have a lot of familiarity with the soil characteristics of the site through their past projects. And finally, Power Engineering is a marine construction contractor with a lot of experience in the Bay Area, and they will provide sort of constructability review and cost estimating for the projects that we recommend the port to move forward with. Next slide, please. So here's the inspection schedule. We were lucky enough to have Mayor Martinez take place in one day of the inspection, so he was able to see these structures firsthand. So we've done inspections of the graving basins and finger piers as well as berths 5 through 8. And next slide. So here, berths 5 through 8, LiftTech provided these results for their inspections. There's some critical repairs that are needed. So first at berths 5 and 6, there's some sagging slab there that's caused by a broken beam that's right below that. So So that, as well as the damaged and missing timber piles underneath that structure here, and there's a lot of pavement failure and also exposed reinforcing and some damage below the deck. That's definitely critical and needs to be repaired on a more immediate basis. Similar with burst 7 to 8, is seeing a lot of corrosion damage with exposed reinforcing there and some concrete piles. There's a seismic tie there that the concrete piles are cracked due to overload from missing adjacent piles, so that will also need to be addressed in order to bring those structures to be able to adequately support any loads that are on. Next slide. So the graving basins are actually in decent shape. We inspected those, and the interior columns are in pretty good condition. The exterior columns typically exhibit some moderate to major damage in terms of cracking and sort of exposed reinforcing, but the structure itself is pretty sound because it is sitting on rock. So a lot of the actual loads that the structure is experiencing is able to withstand that because of the foundation of that structure. Go ahead and go to the next slide. The finger piers are in slightly worse shape. So a lot of the piles underneath there are in major or moderate damage, especially the pile supporting the middle of the structure there, and also the sort of longitudinal and transverse beams. So we're seeing a lot of exposed reinforcing there, most likely due to their exposure to water and the elements. So those are definitely in slightly worse shape compared to the graving basins. Go ahead and go to the next slide. To summarize these inspections, so berths 5 to 8 are in poor to critical condition. So as I mentioned, those definitely need some critical repairs. They're more immediate in order to, for example, the broken beam that's underneath there and some tie beam and pavement failure repair. The graving basins are in fair condition. There were some potential environmental hazards we saw inside, and also we are going to plan to develop more vendor systems sort of to reduce the existing damage that we're seeing, to reduce and prevent the existing damage we're seeing at that structure, and then sort of restrict loading at areas where we saw the columns in more serious condition, as is the bottom right picture there. And similarly with the finger piers, we are planning to develop load ratings for these structures. So we do recommend also to consider upgrading these fender systems and restoring these edge beams to prevent sort of further structural deterioration and decrease in capacity. Next slide. So path forward, we're working to develop a condition assessment of all these structures that we've inspected. So that will include, as I mentioned, the critical safety repairs we recommend moving forward, and also any recommended repairs in order to support port operations or to provide improvements to the structures in order to increase port revenue. And that will also include grant funding strategy and also an inspection and maintenance program that we recommend to develop. Next slide. And that's all I have to present. Thank you.
Do we have public speakers?
We have 2 public speakers. There's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. 2 speakers are Cordell Hindler and Jamin Purcell.
So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. Thank you, Charles, for this presentation. So I don't have too much to say, but I think everything was said, everything that was just said, I just love it. So I'm in support of this. So
Jamin Purcell.
I just want to thank staff for doing this report. It is really helpful for us to keep up to date about what is going on in the port, because people know it's going to be able to foster economic development here within the city, and as well making sure that we're attending to the infrastructure that frankly needs a lot of help. So I appreciate the report. I think it gives us a path forward, and so thank you.
And there are no more speakers.
All right. Public comment is closed. Do we have any questions? Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you, Charles, and I didn't get your name. What is your name?
Demi Lola.
Demi?
Demi Lola, all one name.
Thank you so much for all the work. I just, this is something that like we really need, and I'm glad that we are doing it and you are presenting some of the findings. Can you tell us a little more about the final product, like the final study, how long it will take, kind of like the timeline, and what we are expecting to receive from as a final product?
I'll start, and then Damilola can correct
Great.
or amend my comments. The first part of the project was really the physical inventory and assessment of the facilities. So for example, the engineering group has put together a map of the hundreds of pilings that are underneath, for example, Wharf 7 and 8. Some of them are non-existent. They're not there anymore. Some of them are severely damaged. Some of them are moderately damaged. So they're mapping out that type of assessment across all of the facilities. Another important factor is the load or weight-bearing capacity of all of these facilities. So that takes some engineering calculation and time for them to make some assumptions and determinations. We anticipate, and they're working on that project now, we're having biweekly calls to update each other, and we anticipate they'll conclude around the end of June on that process.
No, that was pretty much it. Yeah, we are working through the inspection report now to sort of outline and provide a rating of the different structures we looked at. And the condition assessment will include that load rating, so we know exactly what the capacity is of those structures. And then we'll also include, like I mentioned, the planned or the recommended projects we have moving forward within like the next 5 to 10 years and associated budgets for those projects to either expand operations or keep the operations currently going.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Wilson?
So just sort of building on that same question. So did I hear correctly that by the end of June, you think you'll have that information, including approximate costs for the maintenance projects or the rebuilding projects? Is that?
Yeah, that's the plan. We're working through those now, those different assessments.
Okay.
So by the end of June, we're hoping to finalize the reports for those.
And then I guess this is sort of a question maybe more for the city manager or maybe for the port director, is that then how does that intersect with the capital improvements projects plan that the city has? The port projects are rolled into that, is that
Yes,
correct?
but the port is in separate enterprise fund.
Oh, okay.
So the council, we can make adjustments as needed. But some of these projects will be substantial in funding and will not be able to be covered by the current amount that is available to the port. So in the past, the council has considered financing options such as a port bond, but with the current interest rates, that would be an expensive endeavor. So I think we should see what the findings of the report are and see how, at that juncture, see how the council would like to move forward.
Okay, so that sort of anticipates what my final question was, is that I don't know what it costs to fix these things in a port, but I'm learning that nothing is cheap. And so I think this is going to be sort of a challenging project for the city council to face, is that there's a bunch of deferred maintenance, there's a certain amount of revenue that's coming in, and I'm someone who really hopes that we can make the port more of a revenue center for the city. And so it sounds like that's not something that's going to be part of this budget cycle, but once this budget's set, we'll have time to put some attention towards what the needs of the port are, and if there's a feasible plan forward there. Is that realistic?
I think there'll be some initial recommendations that can be considered, and then we need to develop a mid and long-term strategy.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
It largely dependent on interest rates as well as what's happening at the federal level, because in the past, there have been opportunities to pursue grants. And so with all of the volatility right now, I think it's a little too early for us to predict, but we think it's important that we have a strategy since there hasn't been one historically. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can add to the city manager's comment, I think one of the major takeaways from this project will be the information we need to competitively apply for grants. So this is the first step in going to the grant process, and there are some grants that we're looking at for later this year to fund port infrastructure. But the more we know up front, or the more we can document and demonstrate our needs, the stronger our grant application will be.
So for future consideration of port planning, will this study contain various levels of improvement, the costs for those levels of improvement, and the types of industry that could be handled by those various levels of improvement?
I'll start, and then you can clean up as well again. Yeah, that was certainly one of the objectives, and we talked pretty specifically about, targeting a list of 10 priority projects that we would tackle in the coming 5 to 10 years. Those may be prioritized around factors like safety and/or the need to develop business, and also around cost. So the group will help us with that prioritization, and they certainly have the experience to look at the use cases of how we may want to use different wharfs and facilities that we have. So I'll ask Dom.
Yeah, that's pretty much covers it. Providing the list of projects that you recommend, itemize them in terms of like safety, critical safety repairs that might be needed more urgently, and then depending on whatever long-term operation plans that the port has for those facilities, that will affect how we list those projects.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I'm eager to see the report when it's finalized, and you might have to sit down with me and explain a lot of it, but I'm eager to learn. Do we have any other questions?
I just want to ask when.
Yes.
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. I just wanted to ask, I don't know if you got to it, when the report will be available for us to review?
We're working through it now, hoping to finalize the assessment report by the end of June.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So if there's no other questions, I want to thank you for the presentation, and hope we can continue this relationship. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, it's just to receive.
Our next item is item W3A, and that is to receive a written update regarding the steps taken to ensure compliance with the Sanctuary City Contracting and Investment Policy Ordinance, and adopt a resolution waiving requirements of Ordinance Number 1218 as applied to Motorola Solutions, as no reasonable alternative exists.
Mayor Martinez, we have members here from the police and fire departments to assist in answering questions regarding this item
Thank you.
with finance.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the council. Andrea Miller, Director of Finance. We did seek responses to the questions that were raised on this item and received input from both Fire Chief Osorio and Police Chief French, and Fire Chief Osorio will comment on the item.
I can only comment on the questions that I received from Councilmember Wilson. There was a question regarding the use of what type of equipment, what's the purpose of that equipment, how do we use it in public safety? If anything that's very specific to the police department, Captain Smith can answer, but we actually utilize it in almost the identical fashion, both organizations. So both police and fire are part of a system called eBricks. It's the East Bay Regional Communications System. That system was developed to provide for interoperability between all the public safety agencies within Contra Costa, Alameda counties. And since its inception, we were one of the founding organizations that were part of the system. Other jurisdictions in Solano County and other counties have joined in because they border our area, our original service area. So it's a large group of public safety agencies. The police side is encrypted, the fire side is not. And that's how we communicate at incidents, at disasters. It's how we maintain common communications through mutual aid and auto aid responses. And as far as the Motorola equipment, we do not utilize any Motorola software. We don't utilize any software from any of the sub-companies owned by Motorola. It is strictly an equipment purchasing contract. We use this equipment for two-way communications between each other, between different public safety agencies, and even within our own fire department. Every fire engine, every chief vehicle, every police vehicle all have Motorola radios. The radios you see us carry on our waists, portables, those are Motorola. The ones in our vehicles are Motorola, and the ones in our fire stations and police stations are all Motorola. It's strictly a device, equipment purchasing power that we're looking to maintain. And as part of eBricks, Motorola is the only equipment certified and allowed to be on the eBricks system because of how it functions. That equipment is not equipped with GPS. That equipment does not record. The CAD at the dispatch center is not Motorola equipment. It is strictly a communications device. Doesn't even have location device for us if we were lost. Nothing's recorded, nothing's shared, nothing is downloaded to Motorola's site.
Okay. Do we have speakers? No speakers? Then questions?
We have no speakers.
No questions?
No, I have a question.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so thank you. First, I'll just say I appreciate you coming and giving that detail. Yeah, so I took the item off the agenda because I was concerned that the information provided on the agenda, I think, made a really excellent case for why it's important to have these radios, and it would be pretty inconvenient to not, or maybe impossible to not have them. But what was included in the agenda report it was asking us to make an exception or an exemption from our sanctuary city policy, and I felt like the information that was provided didn't provide the explanation of, well, what does this mean for our residents in terms of privacy, in terms of having their information accessible by federal agents, ICE agents. And so I appreciate the information that you just shared with us about, and I'm just gonna sort of repeat it to make sure I got it correctly. And I saw, I saw that both you and Chief French did respond by email to but I just saw that now. I've been in meetings straight through till 12, so I didn't acknowledge it, but I appreciate that you basically gave me this information today, but like I said, I just saw it about 10 minutes ago. So what I'm understanding is that there's some sort of software associated with Motorola devices of just like updating the systems and stuff. It's not like a software system of like tracking calls and keeping information about the recordings or anything like that.
It's not capable of collecting information like that. Okay. Equate it to a new operating system for your cell phone.
Right.
It's just, they actually function like cell phones and less like radios, the new technology, but they're not capable of recording any of that type of data.
Okay, and so as you said, I'm not sure if it was you or Chief French who said in their emails that it's not capable of recording any data, it's not collecting any data, and so therefore there's no data collection, or no data being collected that can be shared with ICE, even if Motorola was of a desire to do that. So I'm understanding.
Correct.
That. Okay, so if anything, it's like the walkie-talkies I used when I was a kid, or
It's exactly the same thing.
Okay.
Just
again, I'm sorry to keep you heard it until 8:05 to tell me this. But that's what I wanted to ascertain, is to make sure that in addition to being an important tool, it's also not a tool that's going to jeopardize some of our vulnerable residents. So I'm comfortable and appreciate it. Thanks.
So we need a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the item.
I second.
Ready? Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Robinson absent.
Thank you so much.
Our next item is item W6B, and that is to appoint an ad hoc committee comprised of Mayor Eduardo Martinez, Councilmembers Sue Wilson, Claudia Jimenez, the city attorney, police chief, and a representative of the Community Police Review Commission to review and discuss recommendations before presentations to the city council. We have 3 public speakers. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand.
I would like to say that I put this item on because I understand that the CPRC has been working on recommendations on how to improve. And a lot of those improvements were based on recommendations made to them previously. So I wanted to make sure that the council had a chance to discuss an ad hoc committee had the chance to discuss them with our law enforcement.
So, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I could give a bit of background to the council. There's some public out there because we haven't given an overall report on what's going on with CPRC. So I can give some comments on that.
I'd appreciate that.
Thank you. So the Police Review Commission has been working for quite a period of time on looking at our ordinance, comparing it with ordinances in cities like San Francisco and Oakland and Berkeley, and looking at potential recommendations to improve the ordinance. And they, over a period of 3 meetings, they came up with recommendations at each of those meetings and added to the list of recommendations. We have held up on presenting that as a whole. The ordinance, of course, can only be amended by the council. And in this circumstance, some of the recommendations affect labor relations with our law enforcement. So that they would have to be, there would have to be a meet and confer process before we could adopt those. Of course, we would want to know that the council was interested in adopting them before we went through that process. So after we got these recommendations, we met at a staff level to talk over what was a potential process to deal with this. It seemed like just putting all of the recommendations on a council agenda without some review by staff and understanding the implications was really not the right way to do it. So we decided that we should talk to the mayor about some sort of a process that could be recommended to the council. The idea that we came up with was to form an ad hoc committee to kind of look at these ideas first and then come back with the ad hoc making some recommendations to the council. Now, the items involve a range of subjects. Some of the subjects I think would be pretty non-controversial, for example, and these are recommendations from the commission itself, not from staff. The commission itself recommended that they need better training. And this has been recommended in the past, including by the prior investigator, that there should be a higher level of training and subjects that the training should involve. So that's not subject to meet and confer. That's a recommendation. So there's 13 different recommendations. Some of the recommendations could lead to a larger caseload. Like, for example, a recommendation is that right now there's a limitation on the period that complaints can be considered by the commission. That period would be extended to a year. And so that's likely to bring in more complaints. There's also a recommendation that without a complaint, they could do an investigation just based upon their knowledge of what's going on. There's also there's certain types of actions that the police officers be involved with, for example, use of dogs or use of batons, where those get reported to the commission, and the commission could decide to do an investigation on those items. There would likely be a larger number of, plus the investigator, right? The past investigator was a part-time investigator. The recommendation has been made, and the city's in the process of hiring a full-time investigator to help staff the commission. So the net occurrence of this would likely create a larger number of incidents to be looked at. The police department helps in terms of inquiries, investigations, and so forth. There's also a demand for additional resources on the part of the department to help supply the information that's needed by the commission. Plus, the commission would do a significant annual report on all of the activities that are occurring. So the combination of these things, there's some level of greater investigations if all of these recommendations are followed. There's matters that likely would cause a need for more staffing. It's possible that even one full-time investigator would not be able to handle all of these items. And there are some items that would be, that are definitely of great concern to the PD. For example, the burden of proof of finding an investigation improper conduct goes to basically from a preponderance of the evidence to it changes from a preponderance of the evidence to from clear and convincing to a preponderance of the evidence. Right now, there has to be, to make a finding, it has to be clear and convincing. That would be changed to a lesser standard of a preponderance of the evidence. We're not asking you tonight to deal with all of this. The idea is this is a very, and so some of these things implicate the Police Officer Bill of Rights. So the police officers have under state law, a Bill of Rights, and so a number of these items are subject to meet and confer and also involve the rights of police officers. So we felt that it would probably be advisable that we have an ad hoc council committee appointed by the mayor, and that with the help of the chief of police and the chair of the commission and the city attorney's office, we would review these things, prepare some sort of report, submit it to the council. The council at that point would decide which of these things they're interested in pursuing, and would the ones that are subject to meet and confer would then go to the route of meet and confer, and the ones that are not subject to meet and confer, the council could then adopt or take more time to consider. So that's basically what's behind this report.
So the goal is to improve the process. Do we have speakers?
Yes, we do. We have 3 in-person speakers, and we have several speakers online. Speakers are Don Gosney, Jimmy Purcell, and Eric Smith. Please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council.
You know, in the world we all live in, perception. Sorry. Can we start? The microphone was not on. Thank you. In the world we all live in, perception is everything. Perception becomes reality. The oversight of the CPRC is a good example. Instead of having a police commission, the council rebranded it as the CPRC, the Community Police Review Commission. This was done largely so when the council and their friends made overt actions to amend the oversight of the Richmond Police Department, they could just say that the CPRC was doing this or doing that, and the public wouldn't have a clue that it was even happening. Many people who know that we actually have a police commission know that many of the council-appointed commissioners are anti-police, and many of their recommendations reflect that bias. Whether this is completely true or not is of little consequence because the perception of the public is that whatever the police commission does is designed to cut the legs out from underneath the police department. Many of us remember when former Councilmember Vinay Pimplay's application to serve on the CPRC came before the council, and members of the council tore him a new one. It was truly embarrassing to see what these people did to a good and decent servant of the community. The perception of the public was that some of our community leaders, both elected and strong supporters of those that are elected, hate the police and everything they stand for. And now we'll have an ad hoc committee with 3 council members serving on it. In some parts of our community, these 3 council members may be revered almost to the point where they truly believe they can walk on water. In other parts of the community, though, the perception of these council members and their supporters is that they hate the police and will do everything they can to further emasculate the RPD and the officers serving our community. Is this really what we want? Elected representatives with a real or implied bias against the officers sworn to protect and to serve, serving on this ad hoc committee? I can guarantee this council that for sure and for certain, the perception of this action will not be positive. The perception of this action will only go to further cement what many in this community already believe, that this is one of those times when perception could very well become reality. Because as the saying goes, if it walks like a duck.
Jamie Purcell.
So the purpose of the CPRC, from my understanding, was to be able to have oversight of over interactions with the police have had with the public. We know very famously that the P.D. Perez shooting and his death was seen by the CPRC. And in fact, actually, in that, they found that there was no wrongdoing by that officer, even though we know that it was absolutely wrong. I think that the recommendations that are being put forward are ones that are coming from people who not just have the this perceived idea that they are anti-police, but are people who are concerned citizens that actually have backgrounds within this, criminal justice, and are coming from various different walks of life to be able to try and see how they can support the community and how they relate to the police. This is one of the things that was part of community policing, was to be able to make sure that there was a place where the community could speak on the issues that they have with the police. So I don't see this as as being anti-police, except for the people who believe that anything that oversees the police is anti-police. That the absolutist view is the only view that can be perceived. And I think that that's very unfair. I think that is not giving the public the ability to be able to freely speak on the issues they have amongst with the people who are trying to oversee them and as well make sure that we are having a fair and just judicial system and enforcement, should I say, by the police. So, you know, I'm a big supporter of this. I really do think that, you know, these are not negative, except for if you want to pretend that they are negative because you don't want any oversight at all.
Eric Smith.
Press the button. There you go.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Eric Smith. I currently serve as the elected president of the Richmond Police Management Association. I'm speaking on behalf of our membership over concerns of the recommended changes to Chapter 354 of the RMC, the lack of any meet and confer process with me personally or any members of our association, and the apparent sharp departure from the board's intended purpose to promote positive relations between the community and the police department, and to advise you, the council, the city manager, and the chief of police on all matters pertaining to the administration of the police department. The mission of the police department is to prevent crime and maintain order. We work in partnership with our community. We strive to perform in a manner that promotes public trust. The current work of this committee appears intent on creating a new agenda, which they describe as an outdated emphasis on promoting positive relations and more focused on transparency, accountability, and the commission's core purpose. By municipal code, the members of this committee shall not sustain any complaint unless the complainant establishes by clear and convincing evidence the allegations of the complaint. In September of '24, the commission's investigator resigned, remarking that as new commissioners have joined the CPRC, there has been a steady erosion in adherence to the evidence-based objective evaluation of investigations and complaints. The investigator went on to say that sometimes evidence is completely ignored, even when it is crucial to the question at issue in the investigation. Commissioners have described the evidence in ways that are diametrically opposed with the facts and the evidence. If police officers looked at the public that way and had that level of a bias, they would be fired. They would be fired.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 9 speakers.
And those 9 speakers are Leslie, Andrew Melendez, Carlos, Jules, Raymond Wendell, Sarah C., Emily Ross, Oscar Garcia, Benjamin Terrio, and Carmen Martinez. Leslie, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, council. Good evening, mayor. My name is Leslie Eisenberg. I'm a Richmond resident and I support item W6B to create an ad hoc committee to review and discuss recommendations about police oversight. Our community needs to feel safe. We want more transparency and accountability in police investigations. And as City Attorney Mr. Ailshire mentioned, the ordinance hasn't been updated in many years. That's long overdue. With the creation of the ad hoc committee, they can review and adopt the current statewide and nationwide standards and best practices for civilian oversight. So I support a yes vote on W6B to take the 13 recommendations from CRPC and put them into policy. Let's see action, not more delays. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Melendez. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
All right. Hello. Sorry. Are you able to hear me right now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Andrew Melendez. I'm a lifelong Richmond resident, and I'm here today to express my strong support for the creation of this ad hoc committee. I first want to thank our mayor for the support for putting together this item, because I strongly believe that this is the best way of ensuring that we can hold all sides accountable, right? So not just people on the side of the police department, but also our commissioners as well within the CPRC in terms of the future of how the CPRC will operate. One of the unfortunate realities is that currently the Community Police Review Commission is far behind statewide and nationwide standards on how police oversight bodies function and should function. And all of the recommendations that are proposed by the CPRC are aligned to bring Richmond's commission to those same levels and those same best practices that we're seeing statewide and nationwide. And so through this ad hoc committee, the hope is for all of these stakeholders to come together to effectively move the set of recommendations so that way all sides are in alignment of the changes that will hopefully be made to strengthen accountability and ensure full transparency within our Richmond Police Department. Just one thing I would like to see from this ad hoc committee, however, is some sort of transparency process on the discussions that are happening within this group. I'd love to see something like bringing back regular updates to the city council on the deliberations that are being made, just so that way there's community oversight and community input on what is happening. With that in mind, I hope that the council today will vote in favor of these changes so that we can bring Richmond's police oversight methods to the same standards that we're seeing in the state and nationwide. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carlos. Carlos, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening. My name is Carlos Juarez. I'm here to speak in strong support of Agenda Item W6B, which will create an ad hoc committee made up of council members, the police chief, and a representative from the Community Police Review Commission. Right now, Richmond CPRC lacks proper support, training, and transparency. This committee is a step toward real community-centered reform. Please vote yes on item W6B and commit to a timeline, public updates, and support for CPRC training and resources. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Jules. Please unmute yourself, state your last name for the record, and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Julie, last name Salomon. I'm a Richmond resident and I'm calling in to speak in support of agenda item W6, the ad hoc committee. A lot of what we've heard tonight and previously when people were talking about the ACE and housing equity and the Poco Park folks, we have a community in Richmond that's made clear that we want our city to be a model for a lot of progressive activity, and transparency in policing is just one of those activities. The recommendations proposed by the CPRC are going to help us get there, and I think this committee is a really great way to get everyone on board with understanding what those recommendations are. And so I urge the council to start this important work as soon as possible. But I also want to say that I continue to be offended by representatives of law enforcement showing up and trying to smear citizens as anti-police. Our goal is to create trust between community and law enforcement. And transparency, as everybody understands, is the cornerstone of that trust. And so a lot of what these recommendations do is ensure that there's transparency so the public knows what's going on with law enforcement so that we can create a community of trust. So to be continuously diminished as hating cops is not at all accurate. I find it personally offensive, and I would hope that the city council would ignore those comments. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Raymond Wendell. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Raymond Wendell. I'm a San Pablo resident with close Richmond ties, and I'm calling in support of item W6B. Over the course of several months, Richmond's Community Police Review Commission passed a slate of recommendations intended to make their work more effective, impactful, accessible, and transparent to the public. And they're complicated. Forming a committee is necessary to get this council up to speed and the community up to speed with all the issues at play in these recommendations. I frequently attend the commission's meetings or watch online, and the commission is, in my observation, made up of 8 very dedicated community members who have volunteered. Let's not forget they're volunteers, a great deal of their personal time and energy for the benefit of police accountability in Richmond. And what they're saying is they don't currently have the support they need from the city. Through these recommendations, the commission is telling the city what commissioners believe they need to be successful and to best serve the community. They're asking for things like more training and educational resources. They're asking for their own work to be made more transparent to the public, and for more funding and resources to help them do their job more effectively. They're asking for updated legal mechanisms to bring Richmond up to date to statewide standards of civilian police oversight. So I'm grateful to Mayor Martinez for listening to the commission and taking steps toward more robust, transparent police oversight in Richmond. I hope that as the public, we can get updates on this committee's progress, and forming an ad hoc committee is the right process to evaluate and hopefully move forward with these recommendations. So I feel confident the committee can help this council make an informed decision on the commission's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah C. Please unmute yourself and state your last name for the record. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Sarah Cantor, and I am a resident of Richmond. I am calling to voice my support for this item. I just want to note, first of all, that this item was at issue here isn't actually passing these recommendations or not. It's just forming a committee to explore what the recommendations are saying, have some of those conversations with other stakeholders, sorry, and come back to council with a proposal, is my understanding of what's actually at issue. So we don't need to, I am in favor of the recommendations, but we don't need to debate those tonight. We just need to debate if we're going to start a committee. And I'm in favor of that. We should start this committee to look at it and to get some questions answered before it comes back to council again. I also just want to speak to the perception that there is some sort of bias in the CPRC as it currently stands. That I had a very strong perception of bias in the CPRC a couple of years ago. It felt like the CPRC was really functioning as a pro-police body. And I can see how moving from that to a more neutral position feels like an attack, but it's not. And the bias here is a number of dedicated community members trying to get together to do what they think is best for their community and to keep their community safe. And I am grateful to them for that.
Thank you. The next speaker is Emily Ross. Emily, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, council and community. Emily Ross, Richmond resident. Calling to support this item for a number of reasons. I've been following this in the CPRC, and I've been really impressed with that commission as a whole in the work that they've put into what is coming forth. And it is relatively complicated. It's a comprehensive set of recommendations. It's complicated and there's a lot of detail to sift through, and an ad hoc committee will sort of help along with a staff team that includes the chief of police, the city attorney, to bring together a proposal that's like clear. I'm sorry. I got distracted. This body is fair in my experience. They're even proposing transparency over their own work. I'm excited to see where this goes. I trust the ad hoc to move it forth and the commission for the work they've done thus far, and ultimately the full council soon getting to vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Oscar Garcia. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Oscar Garcia. I'm born and raised in Richmond. And unlike a lot of the speakers today, I'm probably the only person that can actively say they've had to deal with harassment from the Richmond Police Department and who have had to deal with the police department, either calling them or needing assistance because of where I live in the Iron Triangle. And I find it suspect that my opinion is often not taken seriously on the police commission, and often commissioners who don't understand even the city ordinance, who because they have not been on the commission long enough, are pushing what I feel are not well-informed changes, such as going away from creating a closer relationship between the community and the police department. That's actually one of the changes that the current commissioners would like to change. And I also take issue with a lot of the conflicts of interest being proposed in this city measure or agenda item. Several commissioners are employees and or family members of the city council members that are being proposed for this. So there's a lot of conflicts of interest, and that was highlighted by our last investigator that quit because of this conflict of interest, and because our new commissioners, are not looking or taking the time to even open files.
Your time has expired. Thank you. And the next speaker is Benjamin Terrio. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Ben Terrio, president of the Richmond Police Officers Association. You know, it's pretty comedic. It's the same Richmond, reimagined Richmond folks calling in with the same script, with the usual talking points. And it's disappointing because, of course, maybe a couple years ago, it didn't seem like things were working out with the police commission, because things were actually working out. You just didn't like it because, again, you have a police bias. You're the same folks who showed up and were for defunding the police. Some of the folks that are connected to the council and the council members were wanted to defund the police. So people's biases are pretty clear. What happens when we don't have enough complaints? Oh, you know what we need to do? We need to lower the evidence standard. That's what we need to do. That's one of the recommendations. Oh, what happens when we don't have enough complaints? Oh, we need to expand the number of types of complaints where we take and look at everything, because clearly we're missing something. You know, that's what we do. Again, it's because we don't have a problem, so we have to go find some problem or create a problem. And again, this thing was created to build and connect the community and the police department again, and have accountability and oversight, which again, the police department and those of us who work there are not against. But what we are against is bias fashion, folks who clearly have bias with relationships with the council members. That's an issue that needs to get handled and addressed. The investigator that was hired by the city council resigned because of ethics issues that he highlighted, and nobody has looked into that. This is not a solution to that. And how come that is not being addressed? Where is the equity in that? Again, the bias is clear. That's where people are at, and people don't want any other objective opinion. How dare law enforcement speak on this? Well, how dare you don't provide some type of even basis at the table? Because that's basically what we get from you guys. It's not something that's designed to be fair. It's clearly that's your intent.
Thank you. Your time has expired. And the last speaker is Carmen Martinez. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, if you could speak up just a little bit louder.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Carmen Martinez, a District 1 resident and Chair of the Community Police Review Commission. I am speaking tonight in my personal capacity and not on behalf of the Commission. First, I wanted to thank the Mayor for taking the initiative to strengthen Richmond civilian oversight of the Police Department. Efforts to increase transparency and accountability are critical to building public trust. I encourage any council members who have not yet reviewed the CPRC's recent recommendations to do so. These proposals reflect an effort to align Richmond's oversight model with state and national best practices. As a commissioner who introduced some of these ideas, I believe it is essential that all relevant stakeholders come together collaboratively to move this work forward. I hope you guys vote yes in the creation of this ad hoc. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
Thank you. Public comment is closed. Do we have any questions?
Of course. Do you want to say something? It's your item or be a start?
We can start. Anyone? Okay.
I'm also proud that the City of Richmond has the Community Police Review Commission. Having worked very closely with PD Press family and learning some details of their case, I learned that many things happened that shouldn't have happened and vice versa. So it is good to have Community Police Review Commission that works ethically, lawfully, and builds trust. Those are the things we expect from our police force: to be ethical, lawful, transparent, and build trust with the community. Similarly, we expect the same thing from CPRC: to be ethical, lawful, transparent, and build trust with the community. I was shocked to see this item and see our mayor bringing it in and our city attorney defending it without having come to the city council. Neither open session nor closed session. I don't know what the content is. I have no complaint about the content at this point. My objection is procedural. Why the mayor has the power to assign an ad hoc committee of a council member who's already the liaison. The other council member is the husband of one of the members, so too much connection right there. To review suggestions of CPRC. I'm really surprised. I don't understand why we didn't discuss it at the city council, either closed session or open session. Usually the council looks into something. If it's going to take too long, then the mayor, assigns people into ad hoc committee. That's perfectly understandable. The other thing about the council, about the CPRC conduct, is the fact that it's very questionable. And I have some questions for you, Mr. City Attorney, about what you said. You said that you decided at the staff level, and could you say who was at the staff level that you just reviewed it and decided to move on?
We had the recommendations from the commission. We had a staff meeting that involved myself, the city manager, the chief of police, my assistant city attorney, the attorney that covers the commission. So that group of people talked about, well, what should the process be at this point?
Thank you. So I would like to hear from the city attorney and police chief, their view of the process and why they made this recommendation for the ad hoc committee without coming to city council. Can I?
Well, you just asked for the city attorney to explain how it came to city council.
No, I asked who was. You
I
explained.
did that, but in the comment you just made, you asked that the city attorney and the chief explain why they made this recommendation. So there were several, this group, this internal staff group came up with several areas of information that needed to be looked into. The area I needed to look into was the process of where it goes from here. So I went to talk to the mayor and gave several different ideas as to, first the issue was, is it a good idea? Is it likely that the group of the council would benefit from getting information from other sources, like, for example, from the chief of police? And when we talked, the mayor and myself talked about that, it seemed to us that it would be useful to get information from sources like the chief of police. It was suggested.
I didn't ask why you included them. I just asked
No,
who was there. But why didn't it come to the city council?
I'm explaining
prior
it. I'm
to
explaining
going to
it.
ad hoc?
The explanation is that it seemed like getting some of this information, that it would include the chief plus the chairperson of the commission, and then having 3 council members, which included the mayor, to hear these different viewpoints that people might have.
I'm sorry, different viewpoints when we have Council Member Jimenez.
It's all.
And her campaign manager, Carmen Martinez, and Council Member Sue Wilson, whose husband is a member of CPRC. You're talking about different views? Seriously?
Yes, because the chief has a different view from the chairperson of the commission.
Yeah,
I'm not talking, I don't make judgments on which council people have attitudes or ideas or information about
Are
things.
you responsible as the city attorney to make sure everything's done ethically and lawfully?
Yes.
Thank you. So let me read something to you. Okay.
In
Put
making
plainly,
my recommendations,
excuse me.
I try to make recommendations in an
I appreciate that. I
manner.
asked you a question, you responded. Put plainly, I no
Cut short
longer
my
believe
response.
the
I was trying to
commission.
complete my response.
May I? Put plainly, I no longer believe the commission can be relied upon to reach a valid finding on allegations of officer misconduct based on an objective, thorough, and unbiased view of the totality of the investigative evidence. Unfortunately, that is the standard that must be met to honor both the ethical obligations of each commissioner as well as the due process rights of the civil servants who serve as Richmond Police Department officers. This is what Jerry Treat said, the investigator who is an attorney. And you know why he resigned? Because he said an attorney should resign from a position that could assist in the violation of law. At the time when I received the resignation letter, I brought it to your attention. And I talked to Jerry Treat. I invited him to open session. I thought it might be problematic. He agreed to come to a closed session and discuss it. You said, no, that's not the right thing. We shouldn't do this, just put it under the rug for now. And I thought at some point it would come up. It never did. And then CPRC, who is in violation of law, is bringing recommendations that do not come to the city council. I don't learn anything about it. And it's going to the people who are already involved with CPRC, closely connected. I mean, what is the city council for? Your position as the city attorney should flag anything unethical, unlawful, in violation of law.
The last paragraph of that letter is his recommendation as to what action to take. Do you see what it says in that last paragraph?
I have my own recommendations. Third-party independent investigative.
What he recommended is that the commission needed more training. That is, in fact, one of the recommendations that they are making to get the training that in the investigator's attitude, they needed more training.
Dear City Attorney, I'm not arguing with you on the recommendation. That's not the subject here.
No.
The subject is what went unlawful, unethical.
Actually, that is not the subject. The subject is the ad hoc committee.
That's not lawful in my view either, because the discussion never came to the city council.
It doesn't have to. Council members can recommend ad hoc committees. Nat Bates and I made recommendations for 2 ad hoc committees. Unfortunately, they both did not pass. One of them was a finance ad hoc committee. Another one was a police commission.
Mr. Mayor, I'm asking you to please, let's bring those recommendations to the city council first, either closed session or open session, then discuss ad hoc committee. More importantly, prior to that.
There is an item on.
Prior to that, we need to investigate what went wrong that led to resignation of Jerry Treat.
That has nothing to do with this item.
It has everything to do with this item because these recommendations are coming from a commission that has been accused of doing something unethical and unlawful.
Right. Accused, and you are judging them already from the accusation.
Mr. Mayor,
you
have
told them, excuse me, you're talking over me.
No, you're talking over me. It's my turn to talk. You stopped me.
No, you asked me a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you have turned an accusation into a fact. You've several times said that they're acting unlawfully, and they can't be acting unlawfully unless there was a case that said that they were acting unlawfully.
Exactly. We need to investigate that before we build upon on the recommendation. They shouldn't have any recommendations until we resolve the issue. And furthermore, Mr. City Attorney, I expect you to ask Council Members Jimenez and Wilson to recuse themselves from this discussion because of their close connections to CPRC.
That's not,
That's not your
They-
job, is it?
what happens is if a council member thinks they have, if I see a clear conflict, I would bring that up. But just because someone is on it's first of all, the mayor's choice as to who goes on an ad hoc committee. That's how the standard is. The mayor gets to make that choice. We actually have an council member, Scissor, made an ordinance that was adopted by the whole council dealing with potential conflicts between council members and spouses. And that does not require someone to withdraw in this case.
So it's something coming
Which,
out
by
of
the way,
CPRC.
is an individual choice.
Okay. City Attorney leaves it as individual choice.
When it's in compliance with our ordinance.
Fantastic.
When it's in compliance with our ordinance,
The fact
then
that
it's not my obligation.
Councilmember Bonner, you keep interrupting him.
he was supposed to answer my questions, but he goes off track.
You keep interrupting him. So if you can finish.
Well, yeah, I would say, I understand you have an agenda item to discuss this issue, but it's not this agenda item. This agenda item is trying to appoint an ad hoc committee so that we can get some further review of this, further discussion. We can get the chief and the chair of the commission to bring their positions before some council members. It all will end up with the council. You are not going to be deprived of the right to have a position on this. It's just you're going to get more information when it comes forward, and hopefully we'll be in a position to make a better decision.
Thank you. Can we hear from the police chief too? Is Chief French here or on Zoom?
I am here.
Police Chief French, thank you for being here. In my view, there are not different views being presented in the ad hoc committee and CPRC. It's like, I feel like the city council is being bypassed by CPRC to move forward a set of recommendations. I wonder if you see the process fair, because the city attorney said he had a meeting with you and his legal team and the city manager and came up with the idea of the ad hoc committee and took it to the mayor. Can we hear your side, please?
That's not exactly what I said. What I said was, we all had a discussion about different things to deal with this, that I went to the mayor and gave him various ideas, and
I
that's where
wrote
the
down
ad
what
hoc-
you said. You said, we decided. Let
No,
the police chief
didn't say
talk
that.
and say her side, please.
Yeah, we did meet, and while I don't have any issues with participating in an ad hoc committee to review the recommendations, I do have some concerns. We met and we went over each of the recommendations, and there were a lot of concerns, not just by myself, but city attorney's office, assistant chief. There were a lot of legal concerns about the recommendations, just various concerns that we had, and we discussed what we can do. There was a mention of an ad hoc committee, and we were hoping to bring additional voices into that conversation. I'm looking forward to the conversation because we do have, like I said, there are a lot of concerns that I have, and this is actually creating a lot of issues around the department right now. The controversy around the current configuration of the CPRC has caused a lot of anxiety and fear around our department. And just as we are getting our staffing levels more steady and actually increasing, we're now actually seeing officers applying for other departments again because they are concerned with the direction of the CPRC based on uh, previous a case that they found a sustained a violation on after their own investigator did not. So there are a lot of concerns. I'm more concerned about how this is affecting my department. I hope that we can all come together with an open mind to put forward recommendations that will benefit our community as well as our department. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much. So I would like to request the mayor to, at whatever ad hoc committee you appoint people, make sure that different views are represented. In this specific case, I request the items to be coming to the city council, being discussed there. We need to hear the view of CPRC and the recommendations, the view of the police chief and her serious concerns about losing her staff, and then decide about the ad hoc committee, hopefully with diverse views, not the same views of the CPRC that made these recommendations. It's as if you want to fast forward the process. What's the rush? I mean, the main thing about the police is ethics and lawfulness and build community trust. We expect the same thing from CPRC, from the mayor, from the city council members. From day one that I read Jerry Treat's letter, I felt very uncomfortable and responsible for something unlawful going on in the city where I'm a city council member. This is my chance to raise my voice, and I have an item actually on the next city council meeting asking, requesting for a third-party, unbiased, legal investigation of CPRC conduct that has been of concern for Jerry Treat and led into the accusations or allegations. We as the city council are responsible to make sure that we uphold the law and ethics and morality, and we gain the trust of the community. I understand that democracy is hard, painful, takes too many steps, and sometimes fast-forwarding things gets us results very fast, but is that the right thing to do? That's the question for you, Mr. Mayor.
Next.
Are you done?
I am.
Okay. Councilmember Wilson?
Okay, so I'm surprised how much controversy is going on with this. I'm going to restate what I think is the goal of the ad hoc committee. And actually, I should start with a question for the city attorney. So there was sort of I felt some light accusations of corruption against me for being, I am the person married to a CPRC member. I was sitting here just straining to do the timeline, and I think, don't come at me if I get this wrong, but I think my husband applied to be on CPRC and was approved by the mayor, was the first thing. And then I believe the nepotism policy was passed after that. And then I decided to run for city council, and then I was elected to city council. So we did sort of anticipate this, like, is he still allowed? He and I, one of our conversations was—
That's not the question.
Well, no, let me finish. It's my turn
me.
actually to talk right now. And I'm gonna talk. And what he did is he went to the attorney who's assigned to the CPRC and asked, does he need to step down? And what he was told was that he is, because he predated me running for office, and possibly because he predated even the nepotism policy, he's allowed to stay on the commission the commission until the end of his term, so he'll be one term, and he's not allowed to seek reappointment, is my understanding. At no point was I told in this process that I need to recuse myself from making decisions about the CPRC. I've had exactly one or two, maybe I've had 2 trainings on conflict of interest. I don't consider myself to be an expert of this, but from my limited knowledge of conflict of interest, it's a fairly specific set of criteria, a lot of times having to do with monetary gain and things like that, that would be a reason for a person to recuse themselves. So I didn't recuse myself from this, but am I allowed to ask for an opinion now? So I'm not hiding the fact that I am married to someone who is a volunteer commissioner, and am I allowed to still participate in city council decisions about that commission?
Yes, the idea of nepotism is, I guess it's a variation of conflicts, but cities have different policies. There isn't a statewide policy on nepotism. And basically, in terms of trying to get ahead of that, Cesar wanted to make sure we had a policy. He came in and he took the lead on getting a policy, and the factual circumstances that applies to you are as you stated. When we created the policy, it wasn't designed towards you. We have lots of commissioners, and the idea was to create it that if somebody was in office and holding office, they could serve out their term. And that then became the situation, which meant your husband would not be able to get reappointed.
Right. Okay, so I'm hoping not to see this sort of circular. I hope people stayed for this part of the conversation too, because if I go on next door tomorrow and there's a whole bunch of conversation about the corruption of me having a secret husband who's deep in the bowels of decision making, I'll be very I'll join the debate. But so I want to just sort of first put that, I hope that clarifies that we don't believe, no, I'm not ceding the floor. I have lots more to say. So my understanding, so I was asked to be on this ad hoc committee because they thought, Eduardo, who was putting it together, thought that because I have a background in labor, I might have interesting insights about this thing definitely needs to go, in front of for a meet and confer. And I don't agree this needs to be a meet and confer. It's not because I have some sort of deep sort of different than anybody else's understanding of what the Police Review Commission does. And I don't know if I should admit this now, but even though my husband's on the commission, I was surprised as anyone to learn that there's 13 recommendations. And if you asked me to name them, I could probably come up with 3 of them that we've just he told me about that they passed. And, they've been passing these, I think, for over the last few months. So that said, I am happy to serve on an ad hoc committee. I thought the ad hoc committee was actually going to sort of save us some pain on the dais by having an opportunity for from what I understand, there's this sort of whole big bunch of proposals. And I thought as a first pass, 3 of us would go through them and say, the 3 of us don't even you can't even get our 3 votes for these, so let's just put them there. Let's try to rework that one. Who knows, And that what would come to city council is something that was a little bit more likely to sort of have a conversation that maybe we could reach agreement on. But that being said, I mean, from my opinion, and everyone might get mad at me, if we don't do an ad hoc committee, we can just bring the whole thing here and just do this, with all of the proposals, I guess. I think it's going to be longer and messier, and if this conversation's any indication, I find this to be more heat than light. I think it's more politicizing than actually having insights or trying to reach compromises. But yeah, so I think it makes much more sense from an efficiency standpoint to have a subcommittee, kind of like what we're doing on fireworks. So I thought you would be sort of more into this model of you can have some people step aside, go work with staff, come up with something and bring it to the larger group. And that's the point that I think I really wanted to emphasize as a way, and I am wrapping up, is that it's a city council decision. It's not an ad hoc committee decision. To whatever passes, whether it's 1 thing passes or 13 thing passes or 33 proposals pass, it has to be a majority of the city council. So you will have a vote just like everyone else does, and it's not, nobody's doing an end run around city council on this, which seemed to be your implication, which I just think is factually untrue. Okay.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I am the liaison of the Community Police Review Commission, so I appreciate the city attorney for trying to have a process because I was planning to bring all these 13 recommendations to the city council, which is kind of like the why as a liaison you do. Like there is a recommendation and the idea is to bring it to the city council and bring it here for discussion. So because this conversation that city attorney and staff had been having about this is 13 recommendations. And they are some kind of like issues because they are some that will require and will trigger meet and confirm. So this idea that we haven't gotten to the unions to do the meet and confirm is quite of not the point right now because we haven't even approved this or we haven't even started the process. So yes, is planning to go to the meet and confer the recommendation that we will need to be there. And we will see how that process is going. I hope that when it's time, the police understand the value of like police accountability. For me, I just want to also thank the members of the Community Police Review Commission for all the work. And it has been a work, like I had been knowing all these meetings, but I had been in some of the meetings where they present some of the recommendations. And it includes a lot of research. And a lot of research saying these recommendations are implemented in the city of Berkeley, the city of San Francisco, the city of Oakland. So what I thought was like, well, many cities have been implementing this, so why is so hard to be implemented in Richmond? Or is that we don't want police accountability? We don't want to have an oversee. And that comment about that is generating a lot of insecurity or a lot of stress in the police. I am just kind of like confused because if they decided to go to Berkeley or San Francisco or Oakland or other parts, these are the things that they are going to find out. These are actually Oakland has a strong police commission that can fire the chief of police. This is how it is in Oakland. So that thing about, is that we are going to be implementing things that are going to make people to, or the staff and the police officer to leave this. I think like the ones who are doing that is like, you don't want police accountability. This is like the idea is that this is a process to strengthen this Community Police Review Commission that in some ways is really, compared to other cities across the California, is really weak. It's really, the regulation that we have are not standards, and we want to put it as standards. And I just, and this is not like, this item here is not, as some of the commenters say, it's not about discussing the merits of the recommendation. It's about having an ad hoc committee that is going to work it out with the chief, with people from the Police Review Commission who are proposing that, and staff to bring this recommendation. And then we will have the time here to say yes or no. And I hope like we move toward having a strong Community Police Review Commission that the community feel like if they have a complaint, they we can guarantee that it's going to be investigated, properly investigated, and have some results. And I think like this also will help with the community trust in the police.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I agree with several of the comments being said on literally on both sides of me here, on the left and the right. Right in the middle. Right, we do have to have accountability. We have to have ethics. We need to make sure that we're doing everything correct. But above all, we are the city of Richmond, and we need to make sure that we are doing the right thing for our residents, and it might be a little bit different than what other cities might be doing as well. We become a model, and it's great to be a model, be in front of a lot of things that other cities are doing. We do it first a lot of the times. Many years ago, we had our police chief really stand out there with the community, and he was one of the first police chiefs to stand up and speak out on behalf of Black Lives Matter. And that was a really big thing and made Richmond really stand out and be a model for community policing and really being together as one community. With that, I want to stay to the point here. The topic is about the ad hoc committee or not the ad hoc committee. And I definitely appreciate trying to figure out how do we save time and how do we do things easier, faster, because everyone's really busy. Right? We always hear from the city manager, there's always a lot of meetings going on. How do we make it better? However, for this one here, the commissions, how I understand them is they are there as a body that the city council can go to for advice, as we have them now, and then their recommendations come directly to the city council. I just don't see why we're having another ad hoc committee to go through that session there. So especially, and I haven't seen all 13 recommendations, but that's a lot. And to go through the work, having staff go through all the work of 13 recommendations that we may or may not all agree on, or we might want to prioritize differently, seems like we should maybe bring the 13 here and figure out how do we do a chunk at a time. Which ones do we prioritize first? Mr. Alshire, you mentioned there were some that might be not controversial. Maybe we get those out of the way, and maybe we establish the ad hoc committee with a little bit more guidance versus just the 13, and we don't know. Because I don't know that we want to work on all 13. Maybe we do want to work on, maybe we want to work on 14 or 15, but we want to make sure that they come to the city council first and not have to do the work of 13 if we could do the work of maybe 5, and keeping the staff time in mind as well. Because we're going to be taking the list of staff that was mentioned is pretty long, and I'm assuming that's going to be a lot of hours. So those are my points there, making sure that they come, that we see all of them. They're probably really great recommendations. Again, I haven't seen them all, but I would like to see them before the ad hoc committee starts drilling down into each one of them that may or may not be something that we want to focus on. So, thank you.
And this is public information, by the way. So all of these recommendations are public information because they had been presented at the Community Police Review Commission.
Thank you. I'll go take a look at them then.
Yes.
Councilmember Bana? You had your hand up first. No.
Thank you. So the CPRC is currently working, right? Do they have an investigator?
They've been going through the process of getting a new investigator on board.
Oh, we're hiring a new one?
Yes.
And don't we have to approve it at the city council level
Yeah,
to do that?
ultimately, the investigator is hired by the council.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And the new investigator, whoever he or she or they are, Are we informing him that the previous investigator resigned because of
I'm
violation of law?
I'm not in charge of the
Excuse me,
recruitment process.
you're asking questions that have nothing to do with the ad hoc committee.
It's relevant to CPRC.
it's-
Okay, about ad hoc committee, I just want to inform Councilmember Wilson, you're not being accused of nepotism in any way, but you may want to be concerned about being accused of collusion in some way. You said, I asked to be on the ad hoc committee. How did you know about it? How come I didn't know about it? How come you get assigned to it and Councilmember Jimenez, not us?
Neither one of them asked to be on that.
I wrote down what she said, and it's recorded here. She said, I asked to be on the ad hoc committee.
No, I asked why I was on the ad hoc committee.
Whatever. But with the ad
That's
hoc
what I
committee, when it's such a political issue, it should have diverse views and perspectives. People with the same views, I think it's a huge mistake. I don't expect the mayor to do that, in addition to the fact that I expect everything to come to the city council first. And you can break, 13 recommendations are too many. Why don't you break it down between different ad hoc committees, 3 or 4 each?
Councilmember Brown?
Thank you. So the statement of issue was very unclear to me. There was no naming of a barrier, a breakdown, or any type of procedural failure. There was no legitimate reason to form a side committee, this ad hoc committee that was handpicked. So without making assumptions, the statement of issue reads less. Thank you. The statement of issue reads less about a response to a problem and more like an attempt to control the outcome before it reaches the council and ultimately the public. I say that because the item seems to jump to a solution before explaining why an ad hoc is needed. What's wrong with the normal process? And I heard today that we won't be able to understand the nature of the recommendations, which I found very insulting. We tend to not want to address the past investigator, but I don't want us to forget that that past investigative officer did not just resign. He was forced to resign, citing due to the bias and unethical behavior of the commission that we're talking about. He cited that he no longer believed the commission could be relied upon to reach a valid finding based on an objective, thorough, and unbiased view of the totality of the investigative evidence. Doing so would require I support a body that does not adhere to the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. So instead of addressing that portion head on, this proposal hands more power to the very people tied to those concerns. So that investigative officer, procedural and ethical concerns is very important to me in making this decision to move forward with the ad hoc committee. My next red flag was the recommendations. It absolutely raised red flags to me, naming that Mayor Martinez, council members Wilson and Jimenez directly in the recommendation while sidelining us all. I didn't know about this either. There's no explanation of why they were chosen, and no discussion of their qualifications, imbalance, or conflict of interest would take place. Ultimately, how will the CPRC representative be chosen? That was my other thing. Everyone else was named by name, but this representative, it just said CPRC representative would be chosen. And I only mentioned that because how can the public be assured that this individual is not tied to the same ethical concerns raised by that investigative officer? And I am too, like some of my colleagues mentioned, I don't want a set of vetted recommendations. This item says that this ad hoc committee would review and discuss recommendations before presenting them to us. I understand that, everyone's trying to cut time, but it seems like so often that we're cutting time on things that should be fully, thoroughly assessed versus this is not a shortcut thing. I was not here when that investigative officer resigned. However, I did read the resignation letter. And for that not to raise concerns, especially to our mayor who believes an ad hoc committee should be formed without addressing those allegations. Yes, they are allegations, but we owe it to the public to address those allegations before moving forward. And like many people are citing that these committees are around a lot of surrounding cities. I also want you to be aware that there are also many surrounding cities that have placed a temporary pause on their commissions as well for similar situations, as well as to do some restructuring. So I will not be in support of forming an ad hoc committee because I am very capable of understanding recommendations and yeah, I think I'm just going to leave it there. Thank you so much.
All right. This conversation has been peppered with a lot of assumptions, a lot of accusations, and I can see that it is politicized. Otherwise, people would not hear what they wanted to hear instead of what the person said, which has happened several times. So I know a lot of couples who have opposite opinions about a lot of things. So just being related to someone doesn't mean that you think like them. And I don't know how someone could assume that I'm biased, can assume that I'm not capable of being impartial. I feel insulted by that accusation. But this is where we are, so I move the item to appoint an ad hoc committee comprised of Mayor Martinez, Councilmember Wilson, Councilmember Jimenez, the city attorney, the police department, the police chief, and a representative of the Community Police Review Commission, CPRC, to review and discuss recommendations before presentation to the city council.
I second that.
Councilmember Brown?
Absolutely no.
Councilmember Bonner?
No.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Cepeda, sorry.
No.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The motion fails with Council Members Brown, Bonner, and Vice Mayor Cepeda voting no, and Councilmember Robinson absent.
Okay. Next item? No?
The next item is reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports, limited to 2 minutes per council member.
Any reports? Yes, Councilmember Bonner.
I'm very glad and proud that the city of Richmond is having its first open house with a focus on wildfire safety at Fire Station 63 on May 17th. It's a Saturday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. with free pizza, face painting, and lots of useful information. Come, enjoy yourself, and it's a community event, and I'm very proud of our fire chief, fire department, and Fire Station 63 and West Contra Costa Fire Safe Council for putting it together.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes, I just would like to highlight the 23rd Street Merchants Association and to all the organizations and the city of Richmond and everyone who had a hand on making the Cinco de Mayo celebration such an amazing success. It was such an honor to be amongst so many folks that were all in unity. There was just so many families out there, and we just had an amazing time. You know, I kind of threw in a couple little Spanish phrases that I picked up along the way. And I'm just so proud as a district representative who serves nearly 20,000 residents, and about 15,000 of them are Spanish speaking. I am, obligated to, up my Espanol. So, Feliz Cinco de Mayo, Richmond.
Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Trying to go through my calendar here. It's been a busy couple of weeks, but I'll start off, and some of my colleagues might have already mentioned this last meeting. I had to leave because I had another meeting since we had a special meeting, but I attended the Department of Toxic Substances. They have been looking to change a process where they would allow for toxic waste to be dumped at our local landfill. So they want to make those changes, and a couple of colleagues and myself, we attended and spoke out against it. So I want to make sure that the community gets involved, because the last thing that we need is for more toxic waste to be brought not just into Richmond, but through all of our streets, because they'll have to truck them in. And at the next meeting for Recycle More, we'll be discussing this as well. So if anyone wants to come and speak up on it, please let me know, or please come to the meeting. It's this Thursday. I also want to thank the staff for the great Park RX Day that I attended, and it is growing, and it was really, really great to see the community. It took me pretty much the whole day to go all around the big circle with all the vendors and talking to people and seeing all the games happening. People were really, really excited to be there, so I want to thank them. And last meeting, the reason I had to leave right at 6 or a little bit before is because I held a business strategy meeting where I opened it up to all of the businesses to come out and speak to me, and so that I can listen, and I'll share some of this with the council if anyone's interested. Want to look to see about doing these meetings more often, to hear from our business community. And from in there, again, they had mentioned about doing things like Ciclovia, not encyclopedia. I really want to get more involved in helping our community thrive. And I also attended the Cinco de Mayo event, and that was great. Lots and lots of people. When I got there in the morning, one of the police officers mentioned that she believes that there was more people attending the Cinco de Mayo than in the past, or at least in that particular time in the morning. So if we did have more people, I'm not sure what the final numbers are, but if we did have more people, that's great, because I think there was a fear that people might not want to come out. But people want to be amongst community, especially feeling safe in the city of Richmond, because we're a sanctuary city. So that is all for my reports now. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Vice Mayor Cepeda, for bringing this regulation. We don't want more toxic waste in our communities. I also attend Cinco de Mayo, and it was great. I think, thank you all the staff who was there, all the city departments. It was great. Quiero decirle a todos que el 5 de mayo es lo que celebramos la diversidad, y aquí en Richmond celebramos nuestra diversidad, y no vamos a tener miedo a defender a nuestro pueblo. Así que para adelante, y muchas gracias.
No? Yes.
Can I just please say one more thing?
Sure.
I would be remiss if I did not make this acknowledgement to the neighbor-to-neighbor, and to the Shields Reed Neighborhood Council and to the Iron Triangle Neighborhood Council who came here today to present me this amazing booklet. This is one of the pictures that was in here. So fascinating. So I just would like to thank them for taking out time to even think of me in this capacity. I truly appreciate it, and thank you for coming down. Yeah, thank you so much for letting me say that. I just didn't want to go home and feel so bad the whole night. So thank you.
All right. I want to say ditto to the events mentioned by the Vice Mayor. And I want to give a shout out to Discolandia and to El Mexicano, who provided me a fantastic meal. So I hope we'll continue to support the businesses there. And with that, I would like to end this meeting with, I'd like to close this meeting in honor of Vernon Robinson II, Councilmember Robinson's father. I want to express my deepest condolences to the Robinson family during these difficult times. May his memory live on through his loved ones and his community. To Councilmember Robinson, know that we're here for you, not only as your peers, but as friends behind this dais. One other person who is dear to me passed. Can you believe it? The cookie lady. Yes. Wow. No. From Atchison Village. She made cookies for the RPA. Yes, and I feel horrible that I have this. I feel horrible that I have this strong connection with her, and her name has just vanished. Thank you, Barbara Strauss. Barbara Strauss, a woman who was an activist, a woman who supported the progressive movement, a woman who, after her capability to go on marches and to attend meetings, continued to bake cookies in her tiny kitchen. It was amazing how many cookies she could produce out of that tiny, tiny oven that she had in her house in Atchison Village. So my love goes out to her and to Vernon Robinson. So with that, we are adjourned.